Hey boys, good evening. Vampire Elich reporting in. It was another long stream yesterday. It was a patch day. They released a patch with 6.3.4, which did something, but not much regarding one of the main issues. Let's have one final look at this. It's been now 1 day since this has been up. I was so frustrated yesterday when I saw this thing that they fixed in the patch notes, that it's still plaguing the game. So it was a perfect time to put something on the Reddit, which I have rarely got to, and it got attention. It got attention. They can't get away with this. I don't know if it's incompetence or lying. The fix they have, are released. We have done 2 tests, and pretty much regarding the AI moving back and forth, it's still there. So one of the main issues of the game is the indecisive AI, which is unacceptable in high difficulty, which takes away pretty much any joy from the game. Past the literally just you getting on your feet part of the game. And what's worse, this combined with the AI that just goes back and idles on the city for what could be over 20 plus turns, completely unacceptable, because 20 turns is an eternity. Eternity in Warhammer 3. The developers still didn't get the idea that this game progresses so much faster than Warhammer 2 and 1. And especially on high difficulty is unacceptable for such a slow development of the game. You can't go back to your province and wait for 10 turns for nothing to happen. In this specific instance here, Vlad has pretty much defeated the armies of the Empire, and he went back to Castle Temphof, and he was here for about 10 turns with these armies and additional armies. I actually have a second screenshot that I made, but I couldn't post it on Reddit. I had to post it separately. And he was just doing nothing here. Nothing. Where are the posts at? Seems like it's very hard to open Imager these days. Okay, this was a follow-up picture. It was a couple turns later, and look at this. Got even worse. It got even worse. And in both of the tests that we did with AI, we ran the tests with the changeling and a couple of utility mods, so we can just see what is going on. And it was showing pretty much the same behavior that's been going on for years. Archeon AFK for God knows how many turns with no enemies. Similar things can be happening to Tower Concolic. Same thing happening to the Demon Prince. We even seen Valkia doing the same. Imrik this time, both times cleared the early game and just AFK for like 30 plus turns. We put the AI mode right after on top on the third test, and none of these problems. Not a single instant of these problems. Archeon, active enemies, allies moving around, 5 plus armies. The Demon Prince expanding, taking over Northsky, Kislev. Nobody AFK. Imrik defeated Legion of Asgore, taking Nagashizar, fighting area around. Not a single one of these problems. Well, it's not completely gone, but it's gone over 95% of the times, and minimal back and forth, maximum decisiveness, unless the vanilla, which is a just damn atrocity. It's a disgrace at this point. After 2 fixes and over 2 years of this problem. It's been 2 years now and 1 month that this game has been plagued by this. If we don't tell them now about this, they're probably never gonna fix this, because they cannot get away with this thing here. It's just like, who the hell is testing this at their company? They after these things still is plaguing the game. It's either incompetence or just lying, so they can you know, fix the elephant in the room, which is the DLC release and negative reviews. So they go full technical, make the most polished patch notes, not even a single mistake on the website. Everything is nicely fonted, good bolded text, perfection, bunch of lies. But other than this, we did notice some improvements other than this. Some factions are actually more active, which increases the expansionism, especially high difficulty. We actually noticed like a very odd effective behavior in a Skaven Siege as well. Might have been just a fluke, but it impressed me, and like see how they pulled out from the gate. So there might be some things on the sides that they haven't even mentioned. Maybe just something flooded from the whatever else they're doing in the background. And pretty much the main issue in the game, AI moving back and forth, doing nothing for X amount of turns, making them very indecisive, not making decisive expansion in appropriate time. Because if they defeat the Empire, they should occupy the Empire. They should not go back to Sylvania to AFK. You know what happened 10 turns later? And later in this campaign, Vlad got defeated. Elspeth not only got all their armies, her armies back, but she got more with stronger units, and just Vlad got defeated. Literally, Vlad won the battle there, could occupy literally everything up to Aldorf, and no, he went back. He went back and got wrecked. I had to make a cropped screenshot because I put, you know, the dots would be in the corner and would be completely discredited, right? So at least make them wonder. You guys are here, you guys watch. I make this for us, I don't make for them. Fuck them, fuck Reddit, fuck CA. They just get the wildfire and hope they keep fixing it. It's just a waste of time. Waste of fucking time, wasting even breath on them. On either Reddit or the CA. You know, guys, what's been happening over the years. We've been here for years. We've been reporting shit. Nobody gives a fuck. They've been literally just declaring issues resolved. Issues that are still 3 years later in the game. We have literally proof on the website with the bug reports. Nothing has been done. So fuck them. We just started the wildfire. It's a little bit harsh, but it is what it is. It is what it is. This is the only time really we still have left for them to give a real attempt to fix this and not just more lies and incompetence. Because you can't release an update like this and just lie to our faces with this. Look at this. Look how clean, nice this looks like. Just look at this shit. Just look at this, man. Like they put more effort into making this pile of lies here than anything else. Look at this. They even go on all technical on us, just what wasn't working, what we changed, internal testing, mumbo jumbo, jibber jabber. Just get the reviews up, boys. Stop giving negative reviews, right? The DLC is coming. We are putting in the work. They're fucking lying here. And just think about it. This is a deception here. This deception. People see they are doing work. Most people don't even play. They're not even playing the game. They might just go to the reviews and they might just give it, you know, like, oh, they released a patch, must be fixed. Well, is it fixed? Is anybody giving a good look? Probably most people will not. The fact they're working on it and they released a fix, this will click with probably half the player base, especially those sheep and white knights on the Reddit, like they're doing stuff. But did they do something? Did they do something? So this is basically just another smoke screen and another delay for any real change that will happen to the game. They just want to salvage the wildfire. The Legend Total War started last month, so the DLC gets released on at least decent reviews, and end of the year is not a disaster. This is just so bad. This is just bunch of lies and incompetence. What this is. What the fuck are they even doing? Are they just running a test? They start the test and they just go see the result 140 turns later. Who the fuck happens what happens on turn 140? Nobody gives a fuck what happens on turn 140. Who the fuck is even playing the game at 140? 1% of the players? We care what happens between turn 30 and 80. That's the core fucking game. And I don't get it. But other than this, I'm noticing some improvements on the campaign. The AI has become more effective at expansionism, especially with the mod. This was the tests for the rate of expansion, how many big empires are by turn 80, and how much somebody has expanded. So basically what this means, this is 80 turns test, and before the patch, the best result was 69. So 69 factions left, which means more factions alive, not many factions are big, which means not very good expansionism. After patch is 66, so it's a little bit better. A little bit better, but it could be just because of some fixes to the ogres, some fixes to chaos dwarves, tomb kings, lizardmen, minor to beastmen, so a little bit better after patch. But look at the mod after the patch. Look at the mod after the patch. 58 before the patch, 44 after patch. That's huge. And that's not even without a potential mod. So we actually have that Warhammer 2 expansionism back in the current version of the game. But compare vanilla. 66, mod is 44. That is 50% difference. The level of incompetence here and indecisiveness by the AI is just atrocious. And when you take into account other AI issues, which primarily the one is how they decide if they're going to occupy, sack, loot, or raise the settlement, and which causes further issues with needless besieging, losing momentum when they could just steamrolling, occupy another 2-3 provinces. It just makes things worse. But 66 versus 34, that is just mega difference. Like, vanilla has no legendary. You might have some difficulty getting campaign from the ground up in the first 25-30 turns. A new player probably would struggle. People with very little knowledge and they live in a tunnel probably would struggle. But anybody who's been playing this game for a while, who understands strategy, who's been watching this stream for years, know that this is shit. So we can't take a 50% less effective AI over what fucking mod has done. We had a mod that makes the AI more decisive, more aggressive. They're actually doing better responding to attack and defense. And there's further polishes being done depending on what state of the world they are, which is getting improved occasionally further as well. And look at this difference. 50%. In this case, after 80 turns, you might see a couple of factions with 25 settlements, maybe 30, if you're lucky. This is without the player agency, by the way. But player agency probably going to be worse, because by the turn 80, you're not doing a world stage campaign. It's not a world war. You're usually still on the continent or axing another continent, proceeding to the long campaign. So you don't see the big picture. If you do the test and you see the big picture, nobody can see the big picture. Nobody can see how poorly the AI is expanding on their continents. They can't even proceed to a long game for probably another 40 to 6 turns. And 4 to 6 turns after turn 80 is an eternity in Warhammer 3. And a competent player could probably conquer most of the world in that time. So this is really unacceptable to see this. In this case here, there were several factions that literally controlled most of the continent, expanding over another continent, having over 40 settlements. We are not playing on normal or easy difficult to see shit like this. Legendary needs stuff like this and better. So whatever the fuck they're doing, it's super bad. Super bad. You cannot plan for a game that will last 104 turns. Can you guys imagine these plebs, I don't know, playing Khorne or any of these other factions that have been released with DLC? Who the fuck plays for 104 turns with Khorne? Is there anybody even left in the world after 104 turns with Khorne? What the fuck are you even doing with Khorne for 104 turns? Turns already go cripplingly slow after like turn 20 with Khorne. Are they just, you know, simulating the AI? They park all their military in the province, they'll get a coffee and watch Reddit, read Reddit, and just click enter, 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 and then, you know, they continue playing game 20 minutes later. Anyways, let's check some of the comments and forget about this topic ever existing. Hopefully this gives some attention and they do something about it. Okay, well, we get that thing for reference. Where is it? You know, yeah, the fucking waste of time. It's crazy how the mods have fixed this issue already years ago, and the CS still can't figure it out 2 updates later. 2 years, 1 month, and 2 updates later, and especially when they release something as bold as, you know, as technical information about what was causing it and how they fixed it. Bullshit the first time with the agents, and bullshit the second time with whatever their shite they posted there. We can't let them get away with this shit, boys. It's like, this might be the last time this thing actually gets some serious look. This is just super disappointing. You think an update like this would have actually done something. So I posted this picture here. I didn't post the whole picture because there will be a dot in the corner because we're running a mod for Fog of War, so we can actually see what is going on. So this is the new update. No AI mod, just vanilla behavior. And you guys have been watching the streams this year and late last year. You know, we've done a lot of testing. And we literally know to spot these problems within minutes of running the turns. I'm not sure what the fuck they're doing. 2 years later and only 2 fixes at this, still nothing changed. They are just trying to raise the rating of the Steam reviews before DLC releases with their fairy tale technical notes. I will definitely harsh. Posting this shit on Reddit is toxic as well, especially as nobody even posted anything about it yet, so we were probably the first. And got a lot of attention, and this is the only way you get these people attention. If you know, make sure their money burns, because nobody's gonna be buying this shit if they keep negative reviews. Nothing gets changed on their feedback and bug reports. I mean, hey there, this thread is now closed. If you're still encountering this issue as of 6:04, please let us know. Thank you. Literally plugging the game still 3 years later. So yeah. Let's see some of the comments. Vlad just wants to be super sure the cast temple will be safe. OK/S. Sarcasm. Unlife is too fragile to live unprotected. Grey life matters. Oh, this is like your typical Reddit stuff. Years ago, in my campaign as Vlad, Kess Temple was besieged by fucking Manfred almost every single turn, so I don't blame him for precautions. Manfred has moved to Africa years ago, but the trauma still lingers. That one Empire captain looks really menacing. Could take the entire castle by himself. As a enemy of that agent there, you see that hero? That's the Vlad's enemy. And you guys think they moved 8 armies plus the garrison just because that hero there? And keep in mind, there is an army here and an army there as well. The garrison alone with 3 armies is the maximum you can have on the battlefield. This is literally over 2 full battlefields of armies. Roger, that's Markus Kruber in disguise. Wherever he is, the other 4 from Uberstrike aren't far away. Uber Strike 5 or 4, however many they are. I guess that's a Vermintide reference. You're right, better make an 8 stack. They only had like 10 stacks. Nothing really gets my blood pressure going and headache appearing than going over shit like this. Another day ruined. And what else are we gonna run our Doomsday against? As long as you don't have Lightning Strike 3 or Ambush on attack. CA Nova. Hi there, are you running any mods? Please, could you pop over to the CA bug forums with your save files? Would like to take a look. Best CA Nova. Looks like their CA bot working on still on Reddit. And this is where it started. There is no white pixel in the bottom left corner, which means no mods. The screenshot is cropped. Look at the top left. Makes you wonder why the image was cropped at all. There could be a legitimate reason. If I were to be using disable intro videos as my only mod, the people on Reddit would still behave like the villagers of Salem and burn me at a stake for being a witch without pausing to allow a single neuron to fire. They are still see a little white dot and they start frothing at the mouth. Context is always important, but no one cares. Everyone also wants to an easy enemy to hate. So basically, this is why I have also discarded mods for a very long time. Because the moment you add a mod to the game, your game is tainted. It's not CA fault. This mentality is infuriating. Infuriating what it is. It's a mental disease. And especially when you need to install mods. When you need to install mods to fix stuff. Because, you know, CA is without fault. It's the mods that cause the problems. You know, when we had the issues with the corrupted saves plaguing Warhammer 2, they were blaming mods on it. Mod was the main reason for it, and they silently over time patched it. No doubt fixing a problem in their own game, for the 6th time, no doubt. And basically, if something is broken, you have to use a mod. I'm not against the mods. I've used mods all my life. If shit is broken, Rome Total War, shit. Medieval Total War, shit. Need mods to make it good. Rome 2, ultra shit. Need mods to make it good. Warhammer 1, not shit. Warhammer 2, not shit. Don't need the mods. Warhammer 3, started okay. Not great. Definitely a downgrade. But 2023 October, they fucked up the AI and it turned to shit. And we started looking into mods the next year. It's how things are. Could you say using no fog of war mod to see stuff and avoid any question? Could, but that we should encourage people not to attack others regardless. If I post the whole picture, everybody would just be going after the dot and nothing else would matter. Could that we should encourage people not to attack others regardless. I think that would be healthier for the community as a whole. I agree, people are too hostile in general on this subreddit, but regarding bugs, screen caps, it didn't came out of nowhere. We used to get tons of posts from people saying X, Y, or Z was broken, and then it turned out they had an overhaul mod list with a healthy scroll bar. I mean, they don't know. These people do not who I am. They do not know I have dedicated my life to this shit. I've spent literally the last 10 years of my life playing this. They don't know who I am. They don't have the context and stuff. And I don't want to be promoting shit here and banging my dick on the table. It's pointless to these people. They're gonna start attacking you as a content creator as well, because content creators are currently under attack too, by most of these sheep. So they don't know. We might be some fucking peasant that literally forgot something, but I don't think this is the case. Especially we're doing all this shit live on top of this. So you guys, if I fucked something up, which you know sometimes I do, but it's very rare, you would have surely been typing in the chat, right? Hey. Just the other week we had a dude that caused all sorts of drama saying lizards are broken when he was using an old save. So they do not want to trust, they don't want to take anything really from the OP, original poster. And they're literally taking their shit for granted. Like CA still has so many of these white knights and people that like, I feel like 50 to 70% of people literally they get triggered. It's almost like they get an allergy, like gluten allergy or something. They got one of them celiac diseases or something. They see somebody talking shit about the CA or somebody posting some kind of bug. It's your fault. It's not their fault. They developed this game. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They cannot be at fault. They are a competent professional company releasing AAA games. Sometimes, they don't turn out, so they just waste $80 million for nothing. But eventually they get lucky again, and all is good. Again, greediness isn't called for, but it's really important to be fully honest if you're claiming stuff to be broken. For this particular case, Fog of War mod shouldn't have affected the AI behavior at all, so I wish really OP would have just been straightforward about it and avoided all this drama. I'm looking forward to trying to test it tonight with and without the Fog of War. I'm wondering if OP found another vector of the bug where increased vision of the neighbors might be affecting something somehow. Guys, I didn't even mention Imrik being broken for 30 turns. I didn't even mention Archeon being broken for half the campaign. I didn't even mention this. Because, they would have legitimate reason why a Warbringer Archeon, Warbringer Valkia, a Warbringer Demon Prince did nothing for 30 to 40 turns and just AFK'd in their city. I haven't even sent that. We just sent, the classic picture of 7 armies on the city, because they will, they will just discard the other ones. Unless you write a complete essay with video recording, CA approval, and fucking, I don't know what else. I don't need lawyers and something. They will not really take any of this. It will be the mods. This is just the most egregious example which we have seen, but this is not the only thing. There was several things that were fucking messed up. I think Vlad was even more active than the Archeon or Imrik in that campaign, so Vlad was not even the worst example, but on this picture it does show the worst example. Sergeant Pepper, since you're behind times, we started a fire on Reddit yesterday when the patch got released, because they fucked up again, and it was unacceptable, and we had to go all out while it's still early, while it's still fresh, while still the band-aid is not festering. So we're going over the comments and we're reading this shit. I made this topic myself. And if you missed it, you can check it out here. Okay. The guy agrees with him. Well, this is definitely not the ideal about this, but I think considering the alternative, I had no choice but to post a screenshot like that. And I think a lot of you guys understand. I mean, you guys are here watching this shit here. These guys, kinda, it's nice being a nobody. These guys don't even know who I am, what I do. So it's kinda nice. But on the other hand, even if I explain everything, they'll still side with the CA because they're innocent angels. They're just, 9 to 5 people with their jobs, families, and everything. They're just like trying to make an honest wage, right? That's not a legitimate reason. You're still trying to hide something that you know would make people discredit you. That's still willful intention, not a legitimate one. Reddit always finds an angle to fuck with you. This is why this is a fucking cesspool of toxic radiation. Not even the Red Away and Radar X can save you. Obviously, there is more context to add, but at the end of the day, if someone is highlighting a bug or unexpected behavior, they really should be on the front foot about what mods are involved. If I was using an AI mod, or if I was using a mod to change behaviors of the game and overhauls, would you think that would be, I put that in the title or somewhere? It's like they're going at such an obvious angle. It's just, it's criminal what this is. It's criminal. It's giving me a headache. It's developing right now. If someone is highlighting a bug on unexpected behavior, they really should be on the front door about what mods are involved. That either means showing that there is no white dot, or if there is one, being clear about what mods are involved. Hypothetically, cropping the hide the white dot because it's only relates to the mods that shouldn't affect this kind of behavior isn't actually helping. It just makes the evidence in front of us ambiguous. Don't they know also that on Windows you press print screen, then you decide what you wanna screenshot, and it's easier than any other form of making pictures. I just did this in a little couple seconds. That is assuming that I'm done explicitly to crop the white dot. That is assuming that it was done explicitly to crop the white dot, though, like it is possible they did that, but we also don't know if that was the intent behind it or not. It is, as you said, ambiguous. I am an agent of Legend of War. I am here to make sure the shit burns to the ground. Salt on the earth, nothing will fucking grow. I do encourage asking for clarification as to why they cropped it, sure, just not in an accusatory way, perhaps. There isn't... So what is this going on? What is this on Reddit? So on Reddit, if you get 8 downvotes, only 8. 8 is fucking nothing. They literally close your comment. What? You have to click additional button to see your comment? What the fuck? Only 8 downvotes? That's nothing, man. What the fuck is 8 downvotes? And you can't see what this person is saying just because some guys just click, 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 click. 8 white knights and this person gets silent? What the fuck? There isn't a legitimate reason to use a mod if you want to help stomp out bugs. Skipping the inter mod can cause issues, which at least in another response down to this comment further down. And you see, guys, you see, if you do things the right way, you just get downvoted and you disappear behind the plus. Debug tools, no fog of war mode. There are plenty of reasons to use mods to help test to see if a patch is working. Things are not black and white, but people treat it as such and villainize those who use mods just to feel cool and farm karma, I guess. Okay, Antagonistes Invictus. I think it's one of my viewers. He says, it's impossible to have a neutral conversation at this moment. All the bootlickers are coming out of the woodworks with the DLC tail drop and flooding the subreddit with hype and toxic positivity towards CA. The cycle keeps repeating itself. Drrrt. When you see that the top upward comment under this post is a tone-deaf CA response asking to file a bug report on their forum when people already did 2 fucking years ago, which is how long it took them to even acknowledge this issue. There is no reason to believe that things are going to change with how problems are addressed in this community. People dogpiling on OP for using debug tool to test whether the bug is still happening or not shows you the level of intelligence in this sub. Angry gamers just trying to find any reason to signal virtue or farm gacha on the next poor soul who dares open their mouth. Here it is, folks, the gaming community in all its glory. So this guy has downvoted 8 times and his comments have 7 upvotes, 2 upvotes, 1 upvote, and everything is closed. So it looks like this. What? Fucking hell, man. This is literally just... Like, look at this. No wonder, only the more toxic, guarded, white knighted stuff is shown. And anything that literally is being discussed properly is behind only 8 downvotes. So this could have like a bunch of upvotes, and this could have 8 downvotes, and this would just be closed. Look at this shit, man. Don't use Reddit, boys. It's become a fucking odd hell. Odd hell. This is not even communication here. This is literally just cancer and brain damage. They are breeding mental disease in these places. Yeah, it's really depressing. I'm just blocking them and moving on. If they're unable to comprehend that they are being unreasonable, then they are beyond help. Already at that, even when I'm wrong, I'm right mentality. And yet they'll be the first to be pissed when they experience bugs and bitch about it on the forums when the DLC releases, I bet, when C is on holiday. Yeah, they're listing this DLC just before the holidays. So hopefully nothing is broken, boys. I feel like we should not even buy this DLC. It's like all this shit, man, here, especially with this DLC, this patch and this behavior is just so atrocious. We should not even buy this DLC until, like, I don't know, February. Fuck them. Play this shit in February. Start a Helman Gors campaign or Khal campaign instead. I might not even get this until February. Just don't buy this shit in February. Let them get a little bit taste of their medicine. Well, see, funny that you mentioned this. Last patch when it dropped, I was using one mod, no corruption graphics, because I don't like the texture and take a guess what happened. Game was crashing because of a simple mod that deletes one texture. So yeah, even the simple mods can break shit. Maybe don't be a smartass. Yeah, there's a mod that clearly makes the Vlad unfix the exact issue they were trying to fix. It's because of a mod. Maybe don't jump to conclusions. Maybe don't assume the worst in people. I know it's hard, but you can do it. Nah, fuck people. And there's a picture here. Okay, it's a cat. Of course it's a cat. Could have been something worse. So there is another one that's been literally silenced by the downvotes. So the another one that's been silenced here. That's not a legitimate reason, LOL. There are mods, not many options. These are mods, not many options. You can't just download and run them without poking the spaghetti code, even the seemingly minor ones. Looks like an ignorant peasant here. That's how the CA gets away with shit. All mods can make sure that things we don't ever fix will be even worse, right? And this is exactly what I mean, the black and white mentality. Let me try frame things in a slightly different way. You may not realize it, but to someone who uses mods and is experiencing a bug that should not be impacted by the mods they're using, your comment would not help. Your response comes off as arrogant, insulting, dismissive, and labeling them as the other, as someone not worthy of giving respect. They're just some idiot who is deliberately trying to hide a white dot. They're evil. They're trying to be malicious. That's me. Malicious Elok. You're making all these accusations, you're jumping to conclusions, you're making up your mind, and you're assigning your belief to them. You've come up with a personality, a motivation, and a background for this person, and assign it to them based on a screenshot of a video game. But there is a better way, there is a healthier way. Just tell them that it would be more helpful to disable mods to provide the best experience to squash bugs. Don't make fun of people for using mods, do not insult people for using mods. Encourage people, support people, you'll get many more people willing to work with you. This guy has definitely been posting a lot here. Milk for the cornflakes. What is this milk for cornflakes? This is not his name. Another one been squashed here. His name is Morton, but what is this milk for the cornflakes? This kind of they could put some kind of thing under the name. The guy, the guy responded like a bot. Like a bot. That being said, I largely agree with the idea that if you want to report a bug, especially so publicly, you should produce it in an unmodded game. And if you're not, be honest about it and list the mods used. And don't be surprised if the report gets discarded. The reports get discarded even if you play a report vanilla, guys. Remember? This is just one of several things reported over the years. And even before this shit existed, I was reporting shit to Discord and elsewhere, all fucking ignored. They just have an official place where they can have some bots respond that shit's being done. So you keep that 1, 2, 3 higher % reviews on the Steam, so they sell a little bit more stuff. Modding is weird. Code is spaghetti. Stuff affects stuff that it shouldn't affect. Developers' time is limited. It's like they're gonna die tomorrow. It's like how long they have to live. The developer time is limited, man. Isn't that the business, man? Are they what the fuck, man? It's like they're giving this shit for free. It's like they're doing this thing pro bono. It's hard to convince a manager to investigate a bug that has a sliver of a chance to be a mod-related and therefore a wild goose chase. It's literally a thing that's been plaguing the game for over 2 years. It's not like it appeared right now. No need to be an ass when making that point, though. My only issue is that the people are so quick to villainize and demonize people. That's why I pointed out the behavior and suggested ways to improve. I'm so happy there are people here that understand why that picture is cropped. And the fact that most of these people don't know who I am makes it even better. That's why they actually got so much attention. Why do they have to open this on next? It's not villainizing or demonizing to a point of your super special mod list could be caused of any number of issues with your specific game. You might love your mods, but it doesn't mean they aren't mods, lol. I think we are comparing apples to oranges here. This guy has been active on this topic. The brain damage has already been done. The moment they fucked up the fixes, and we have seen the results of the tests, and I've opened a topic to Reddit. We opened a topic on Reddit. That's how bad this is, guys. I hope I understand this. That's how bad this shit is. We had to go on the Reddit to cry for attention, because shit is not gonna get fixed otherwise. Shit does not get fixed here. That's just nonsense. Shit only can get fixed here with enough shit steered, with some harshness and some low-level toxicity that doesn't get the topic closed, just to get enough attention to get their intention. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me check the title. Reddit. What was it? How is it? Pepega? Is Pepega? Pepega. Okay. Okay. You guys, after every comment I read, you just post Pepega in the chat. This might be bringing back to my senses. But damage has been done. We have opened the Pandora box, and shit is everywhere. It's spreading. We're probably gonna get an infection that's gonna last for at least a week. Once you open this shit, it's not gonna get closed, man. They fucked up hard, and if we don't, we are not harsh about this, this might be the last time they actually give a serious look about this. This is the last time, man. Has to be fresh and has to be loud. Otherwise, they don't give a shit. Have you been here for years, guys? You know they don't give a shit unless it's loud. I mean, look what Legend of War started. They started hotfixing the game again. Delaying DLC and shit. They know how broken this shit is. They're trying to just put some band-aids and make sure to recover some ratings before the DLC gets released. This is all this is, boys. It's all about this. Legend of War caused shit last month, and still shit is still on fire. It's not cooled down. And this is why this is the perfect time to go this early with this, because half of these toxic sons of bitches on Reddit are probably watching a Legendary War anyways, and you know they are gonna be making sure the flames go a little bit longer. This is your number one post of all time. It used to be my third post of all time. Now it's number one. My number one post of all time, you know what it was, boys? We caused the same shit like this, but when the Grom got released. You guys remember? 2020? Greenskins update, or should I call it Goblin update? Nothing on technology for orcs. Nothing. Orc boys literally worse than goblins. That was acceptable, apparently. We won't go on Reddit. We caused some shit. Number one post of all time until now. They patched everything. Because shit was loud. They added orc stuff to technology. You think they added this because you know it was the right thing to do? No, they added this because we made shit stir for them. Shit for them. We started a fire. You have to do it while it's fresh, otherwise, fuck it. Like, they're just gonna ignore it. If you do it like 3 weeks later, who cares? This has already been the list, working on something else. They know this problem is in the game. It's been in the game for 2 years. They hear about it, they learn about it, they keep hearing about it, they learn more about it, and they try to fix it. Literally, this takes fucking year and a half. That's how slow these people are. This shit has been happening since late 2023. Late 2023. We have exact, guys, we have the exact campaign that this was happening. Somebody could do me a favor and go through this campaign to find when we met Vlad with all those armies AFK at Overheim. I'll find the playlist for that campaign. Look at this, look at this. This was the patch. We played Grimgor R Boys number 2. It was October 2023. What got released in October 2023? It was not that. It was an update. It was an update to the game. It was a big patch. It was not a DLC. It was just a big patch. So if somebody looks through this campaign, you can find it. You can definitely find it. It was probably somewhere around part 5 plus. Somebody might look and you can guys see the same Vlad problem. We literally found this issue in the first week of playing that patch. Nobody was talking about it. We had to start raising awareness, and it took a year and a half until people started talking about this shit. And now it's 2 years later and they're still playing the game. So them releasing this and it's not being fixed. So what does this then mean if they're not idiots? So they're liars or they're just incompetent to fix this? Because we just got patch, guys. We got fucking patch where they talk about this problems, what was causing this again. Man, I'm gonna start fucking digging, man. This is literally one of them YouTubers who make a video about this, how bullshit these people are. If I'm I'm first on Google when I'm trying to search for this. Look at this. I just googled it. A bug caused total War Warhammer 3 campaign AI to overreact to the presence of a single hero, leading to become too defensive and go AFK. This was addressed by patches. The community mods also exist to further tweak the AI behavior to more aggressive and decisive. It was addressed. This was the first problem that they have declared that's causing the AFK issue, but it was addressed. That was the first fix. What do you guys see here? Vlad is at war with Elspeth. 1 army, 2 armies, 3 armies, 4 armies, 5 armies, 6 armies, 7 armies. Army number 8, army number 9, army number 10. And what else in this picture? It's a fucking Santa Claus here, right? It's not even invisible this time. Look at him. It's a hero there. Now we can blame the hero. But that was addressed. But, you know, after they addressed it, let me guys, I've made pictures of this shit. They have totally addressed this. After they addressed it. Can we find the patch notes here? This is turned into a Jibber stream. Was that 6.0 update? With so many hot fixes? Because, you know, shit was addressed. Okay, let's see if this was the one. I don't even remember what the updates. So they've been listening to so many updates that you don't even know anymore. Highlights were dead. This is the one. I'm not sure it was this one. Which update were they addressing the hero thingy? It was one of the hot fixes, I feel. I really need to note this shit down in a notepad when they fix some of this stuff. Google, help me! Okay, Google has found it immediately. Man, Google is the life savior. Apparently it's 6.1. Let's see. Okay, I'd like to also thank you all once again for your feedback during a recent campaign AI beta. You will notice in the release notes that we have already implemented one change from beta into the live game. And as of patch 6.1, the AI will no longer treat enemy agents in the same way as enemy armies. There is so much in the pipeline on this topic, and we're currently putting together a blog post to share more about our key focus points for campaign AI ahead of the second beta round starting in the weeks following 6.1 release. So watch this space. So it was fixed with patch 6.1. This is patch 6.3.4. That's agent there. It was probably not even caused by the issues, cause look at this. You guys see any agents here? Originally bullshit region, follow-up bullshit region. That was a year ago. A year later, another fix, another nothing. I don't think anybody even plays the campaigns there. So this is just the proof, further proof. A lot of mods never need to be updated. One mod I have just made the out unit online direct, so there is a better contrast, and it isn't possible to tell where your units are moving when on the snow. Hasn't been updated since Warhammer 3 launch, but the point is treat each other as human beings rather than enemies. A lot of mods never need to be updated until they do. No mod is forever one and done. Pointing out mods break games isn't lying to make someone an enemy. LOL. What is this? Yukimara 2125. This is why even if I'm anti-CN, I think that lawmaking is legal for influencers to talk about topics without a degree in them in a good thing. Well, this is not relevant to the above, the principle remains. Because people like you, spaghetti code, you don't even know what that means, do you? Because people like you, spaghetti code, you don't even know what that means, do you? This is just an excuse so they actually have to do less work. Remember when they were just having this as an excuse, and they started saying never say never, and now they're just doing stuff because it was excuses all this time. What do you think no other company has made a Total War clone? The game's system is a monster, and the tiniest mod can widely mess things up. This guy probably never ever used mods. I get paid 350 and for my job, so clearly someone thinks I do. Download the mod, skip intro, figure out how it works, and tell me that you're seriously believe that would cause an issue to the spaghetti code. Oh, wait, never mind. But because you probably also think everything is related to everything with that tinfoil head of yours. Damn Reddit! I need to get this out of my out, boys, because we're gonna go on Reddit for probably another 2 years, or a year, or 2, or 3. When was the last one? 5 years. Any mod, even that the skip intro, can mess up the code as it interacts with the code to begin with, even if from the jump. If you use any mod, then you're open for up for issues and make hard to determine the issue. Simple, just don't use a mod if you want to help stomp out bugs. It's real simple. I have 25 plus years of game testing and programming for companies including Sega. Oh man, this is we found the White Knight here. When they had consoles, and I did game testing for the Genesis. Gamers nowadays are really ignorant of the systems they interact with and make lots of assumptions based on no facts. The game intro sequence is tied to initialization scripts. Mods that skip it usually modify or replace .lua or PEG files that handle the startup sequence. Change or bypass the front-end startup Lua or similar script. If the mod removes or edits this too aggressively, it may skip essential initialization calls like loading UI elements, fonts, or initial game states, which can cause black screens, crashes on loads, UI not showing properly, out of sync, or missing menu music. That is just scratching the surface on issues from mods. Okay, guys, let me just tell you something about the Total War games. These Total War games are literally made to be moddable. They made this game so they can use the same assets, same everything for Rome Total War, and same everything from Medieval Total War. And it's easy to mod. It's literally just a bunch of shit tied together to work. And they're talking about it like it's some kind of complicated game to mod. The amount of people who assume that a download mod does only what they obviously see is wild. Thank you for making me laugh and reminding me why not everyone's opinion is worth listening to, especially if they have no idea what they're talking about. This is just the internet and the Reddit. Everybody knows what they're talking about, and everybody's right. And everybody else is wrong. We are talking about a simple mod that cuts the intro. It has absolutely nothing to do with the core of the game, nor how the tables are pulled by the game beyond the loading screen, and you're here yapping on about how it could ruin a chain. It's like you yapping on about how someone changed the materials of a driveway from concrete to compact soil would also affect the water pressure in the shower. Even if the water pipes don't go anywhere near the driveway. Exactly! This guy knows what he's talking about. Enjoy the rest of your day living that paradise with that tinfoil hat. Rolling on the floor laughing. Here we go again. This guy is responding again. You helped prove my point, thanks. You clearly have no idea how mods work or how they operate within a game. See, I said gamers nowadays are really ignorant of the systems they interact with and make a lot of assumptions based on no facts. And you helped me with that point with such passion. Enjoy your day showing the ignorance that gamers have nowadays. Who the fuck is this guy, man? Don't like, downvote. No, dude, he's right. You are clueless. Source, I mod this game. Intro skip mode does not precisely does precisely what it does and nothing else. Like, upvote. I just select Reddit for you. If you agree with somebody, upvote. If you don't agree with somebody, downvote. Even if they're wrong and even if they're right, fuck them. We're just going to hide what we don't like and we're going to make sure what we like we see. Reddit in a nutshell. Okay. If you open the mod, you will see it doesn't touch Lua at all. 25 years and you learn nothing. Sad. This Supai one is like... It's like, it feels like this guy has spent some time learning stuff, and now he thinks he has fucking touched the beard of a god. He has some kind of superiority complex, and he has to put up piles and piles of text to show his knowledge about things he has no idea about. He's learned stuff, but is it the right stuff that he learned? Did he even mod this game? Did he even play this game? Okay, here we go. Here we go. It's a wall of text. Brace yourself, boys. What most skip intro mods work by removing or replacing the .big videos that usually safe if done cleanly, but issues can occur if... Okay, here we go. The mod... The mod replaces video files with 0-byte placeholders instead of properly blank ones. Okay, he must be working at CA, guys, to have all this information. The replacement files are in the wrong format, bad headers, wrong resolution, or corrupted encoding. The file paths do not match what the game expects. The engine may hang while waiting for a movie that doesn't exist. Guys, I remind you that this is the topic I made. This is the topic I made about the AI still going AFK. We are still on the same topic here, by the way. Symptom examples. Black screen on launch. Game stuck trying to play a missing unreadable file. It's like you mentioned mods or something on like that on Reddit. It literally, it's, I don't know what it is. It's I don't know. It's like it's in America, like before well, Trump was trying to become a president. Everybody's just laughing and getting triggered, and like, yeah. And then it happens, and they're like moving to another country. Audio plays, but no visuals on the timeout. Extra seconds of freeze before menu appears. Let's go into more issues from non-intro modes. This guy, man, where the fuck? These people are probably the ones that are saying, I don't watch content creators or influencers, it's a waste of time. I spend my hours every day writing shit on the internet. To be smart. C often changes the fronted sequence when the new patches or DLC drop. Even a mod remove only video files the game manifests inside. My still reference all the structure paths. When the engine looks for data movies, old logo big that no longer exists, it can throw silent errors or warnings, slowing load times or producing a white screen. This is literally just yes or no, 1 or 0. And this setting is actually hidden in the... Some of the settings are actually hidden for somebody who actually done some of these changes. So what the fuck this is talking about? There's a file here. One moment. Sometimes you had to go in this file in old Total War games just to disable some shit. And he's making this like it's, I don't know, it's a fucking rocket science. So if you ever play Total War games, you have roaming creative assembly, and they have this their games here. And before the game had more advanced options, either disable sound in the background or something similar, you literally could have to go into one of these files, and there was a file here called scripts, as a preferences script. And you can literally just edit stuff there to say what he's saying, and sometimes you have to do it. Like you're playing your own Total War, and you want to disable cutscenes when a ram breaks the door. You can turn it on and off here. It was not in the options. You can want to disable intro. You can turn it off, on and off. Literally, what the mod does is just does this setting here. It's literally what it does. You see this here? It's currently set to 80. And people don't know about this preferences script text file, so they made a mod to make it easier for the monkeys on the internet if they want to disable or enable something. And a lot of these settings were not even available in games before ROM 2. But if you find this file, you can literally edit any of this shit. And this was called modding back then. Nowadays, there's a workshop, and people want to make sure that something is on or off. Well, they can literally just edit this and make it a mod, and mod will enforce that this thing works like that. And what this is basically just extended options that are available out of the game. Even if some of this stuff that you are looking for, it does not exist here, you could literally just create another line and add that line there, and it actually might work because it's used in the early games. And this guy is making it so complicated. So like for example, here, what I had to do pretty much for every game until I think Warhammer 3, I had to literally go into that file to put sound in background from false to true, because the game was missing this option. So they added this as an option. There's a bunch of options there that could be here, but they're outside the game, might not be as relevant. There are also stuff in campaign that are on and off that can also be changed there. There's thousands of things, and it makes it sound so complicated. When engine looks for data, okay, white screen. Should I give you more info on this subject? You don't seem to understand the road because you're right. This is sad how you kids think stuff works when it really doesn't. I don't think this guy ever done anything with Total War. Here we go. Load order and ping conflicts. All peg files load in sequence. If the skip inter modes loads after another mode, this guy has been hasn't been playing these games for years. But the load orders are literally automatic. The game will have to force the load order, otherwise it will not start. Any idiot can do this nowadays. You don't even have to worry about this stuff. You just click, click, click. Game literally has to force the load order, and if everything is right, it just starts. If the game started, it works. Most part. UI corruption on the main menu, broken mode manager options is literally just putting so much time here just to make sure that guy stops posting out, and he just probably would be the person who has the last word. He will not stop when he has the last word, right? Okay, let's skip to the end. Update edit. I love all the hate I'm getting for this post, with folks posting responses then deleting them as if that is doing anything. The point remains, mods, even one that's a not Lua intro, still can cause bugs and issues. Well, one person disputed that with facts, lots of insults which you showed this just show desperate there to make up things to sound pretentious while being completely ignorant of the subject. Keep up the good work, proving my point. This guy must have posted the picture of the Austrian painter, so he got removed. Okay, we see this guy. What his name is again? What this guy's name is? Supay One. We see this guy Supay One. We're just gonna downvote and move on. That was the one. That was the one. If he really wanted to hide that he was using mods, cropping is the dumbest and most obvious way to do it. He would just open up the screenshot in MS Paint and color the white pixel. Damn, this is like some kind of plot for a James Bond movie for the modern kids. Screenshotting without including FPS counter, maybe. I do it all the time. I take screenshots with... So, nobody wants to believe... I understand this, guys. I understand this because people don't want this to be true. And they are fighting with every fiber of their being to make sure that this is discredited and this is not true. I understand this. I know where they're coming from, because like I'm hooked to a bottle or tank of hopium week after week and after week, and I was like, maybe this one is going to work. This is the one. No, they can't be that incompetent. I mean, they're professionals. They're getting paid for this shit. And you know, so on and so on and so on until hopium turns toxic and summons Elok. Switch hopium for whiskey. I take screenshots with light shot. It's easier to take cropped image. I press one button, drag it over, and copy image into this. Yeah, this is the way ways go. But I did it for two reasons. I already explained why. I personally wouldn't have known that there is a white dot denoting mods. Didn't know that now. Just saying, plenty of legitimate reasons. The image is cropped. It was a fair question to ask. 113 people upvoted this. I'm gonna upvote this as well. There's a legitimate question here, and I gave my reasons because this is a cesspool. It's why I hate white pixel there. It's that why I have the white pixel there. Today I learned you can disable white pixel on game. Oh, Frodo fraggings! No, shit, they downvoted you too! Oh no, what have you done? Okay, so Frodo fraggings responded to this. I ran into it just now playing Gorok. I went to help Oxyotl and saw Kairos and 4 other lords cramped on his capital. They did come out when I took the nearby settlement, and after that Oz didn't recruit any units on his main army after another one of his died. I have too many mods running to submit the save file. You see what happens, boys? You see what happens? Do not downvote. The notorious well-watched bug forums. Yes, yes. Minus 247. This guy got murdered. Murdered. Silenced and murdered and buried. Nothing. He's gone. He's gone. He's never gonna be seen on the raid again. In before the bug report gets discarded because they use the console command mode to toggle the fog of war off. Damn, man. There's some serious silencing happening here, boys. You can't do shit on the fog. You have to do shit while shit is fresh. But you can't do shit while the shit is fresh without getting enough attention, because they are creating toxic hype over the new content that's being released soon. And they can't have anybody talking anything negatively about it. You have to be constructive, but if you're just a little bit too negative and not constructive, you know, they shut you down. They don't want to hear anything negative a couple of weeks before DLC. I wonder how many people they hired to do this shit on them on Reddit. I mean, they probably spend more time probably managing a third-party, what do we call it, agency that has a bunch of these, you know, messed up people who are just basically just mass downvoting and upvoting whatever they want. You guys think this doesn't exist? This does exist. It's a known thing. There are agencies out there. They have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. They get paid money. They go on a topic. They upvote everything they said to upvote, and they downvote everything they don't want to hear. This is a real thing. This is a real thing. Conspiracy head on. It's a real thing. There's agencies out there. They get paid money. They have hundreds of peoples or bots or whoever they are. They might be from India or wherever the manpower is cheap, China, and they just go. They like something, click, 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 click. They don't like something, click, 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 click. It's a real thing. Wonders if they have these guys on the payroll. I mean, I'm not saying they have, but like Reddit, these guys, it's Reddit, man. This shit is a toxic wasteland. You come here once in a couple of years and you're never the same. In a couple of years to just recover. This will probably be the best most people can do. If they run into it, as common as it might seem, when hundreds of thousands of people are playing the game, you get way more with these issues compared to the handful of tests they can do. So you know why this issue is still prevailing and why it's still in the game? So how many of people play longer than a short campaign? On top of that, how many of these people use agents, heroes outside the army? On top of this, how many of these people pay attention? First, you have to play a longer campaign. Second, you have to actually have heroes outside your army scouting terrain for whatever reason. Third, you actually have to pay attention. I would say over 90% of the people don't even give a fuck when they're playing a game. And these are the people who are literally just taking everything CA has to offer. So these are just the three things. You have to play a longer campaign, you have to use heroes as agents to reveal terrain, and then you have to pay attention. Paying attention is probably the hardest thing to do, and people tend to not really pay much attention, especially these plebs that play occasionally. If they're winning, especially if they're having fun, they don't really bother with, to look behind what's going on, what's happening, how the game works. You know, they're feeling good about themselves. They might probably move on the next Battlefield game, and they'll not be here for months. You think these people are trying to make the game better or paying any attention? No, some of these people go onto forums, they see a wildfire burning, and they're like, oh shit, something's happening, I'm not gonna play the game. Patch gets released, oh, they fixed it, I'm gonna play the game again. And they play the game again, completely oblivious of any of the issues they were in the game, and if they were ever fixed. Again, if they're having a fun time, easy time, they're winning, they don't even care about these things. They're completely oblivious, play a campaign or two, come back in a couple of months again. Everything is fine, no negative ratings. Oh, let's go again, buy some DLC, try something new, and that's pretty much most of the community for you. That's most people who buy the games as well. Tracking bugs that don't appear, guaranteed that are massive pain to track down, as providing saves will most likely help a lot. By the way, it is possible to see if a save game has mods active at any point during its run. I know that the game points it out. It was just if it was just disabled, but what about that got deactivated and more saves made after that? The moment you turn on a mod in the game, the save is flagged that it's been modded, even if you disable the mods. Because I don't really understand how AI in the Warhammer 3 works, is there a non-bug reason for this behavior, or is it guaranteed due to a bug? This is clearly a broken script. It's a broken script. They need a lot more testing. This is one of the worst things that happen in strategy games. A broken script. Because, you know, if, when, and how, and, you know, how they're gonna behave, it's all in the script. It's like a bunch of checks, yes and no, and then, you know, something is broken in there. Guys, Warhammer 2, Warhammer 3, they crash. They created really big files, save reports. There is not even a single way to save. They don't even have like a way to send them a crash report. And some people in their folders had gigabytes of crash reports. Sending them stuff probably doesn't do anything. And the people over the time have just been sending them stuff, and they had some mods, usually something visual or skipping an intro. CS sees a modded save, they just discard it. They don't even bother with it, even if it was something pretty straightforward. The moment the save is flagged with modded, they just completely discard it. That's why there's some big issues been happening in Warhammer 2 that taken a while to fix. It depends on your definition of bug. Any non-intended behavior is a bug, even if they intended to code the AI features their way at first. The problem is that AI is a giant mess. Then they added faction potential to it and reduced cheats from their Warhammer 2 levels. What the fuck? This guy knows what's up. I have a couple of mods for AI behavior that mainly just throw cheats them in Warhammer 2 contests, and they do much better. Damn, look at this, man. There's still people who know their shit. These guys, like... As far as I know, the AI gets stuck in a loop considering its position is as unbeatable. They view the risk of spreading out as too much versus defending what they already have. My own opinion is that this is the downside to the AI fix that caused the AI to stop crusading against the player. You all remember when a random faction several factions away would declare war and book to your lands? This guy also knows what he's talking about. This is how it all went to shit. They started lowering player focus. They started lowering player focus, and like what you've been seeing in those two tests, Valkia, Archeon, Demon Prince, they'll stop declaring wars. They have like their, we call it zone of operations, and even if they declare war on somebody away, there is nothing to guarantee them to keep moving. It's like What they open in doing diplomacy doesn't mean they're gonna do with their armies. The zone of operation is fucked. They might have restrictions how much they can expand, and the aggression levels are at the all-time low. The legendary kind of fixes this a bit, especially with the initial neighbors, but it all goes to shit after like 30 turns. If the player focus was such a big issue, they should have just made this as a campaign settings. Like, why is it so complicated? CA, you suck at doing things. Just put settings here. AI aggression, player focus, random locations, 50 other things. Just stop doing whatever you're doing and start working on campaign settings. Let us create our own experience, because you're not good at it. You're not good at it. We need AI aggressiveness. We need potential just to begin with, and they don't even have to bother with this shit anymore. Let us do these things that are known. And if somebody's complaining about AI being passive or aggressive, friend, go into the settings. AI passive for you, make it more aggressive. AI too aggressive for you, put it passive. Factions not have enough cheats, increase potential. It's no fucking rocket science. This legendary and very hard thing is so fucking outdated. Guys, just think about this for a second. This thing is just for show. This doesn't exist anymore. The game is basically this. The game is basically this, and this doesn't exist. Just forget about this. Cause there's a potential as a factor. You can set a couple of factions to have a crazy potential buff, and others ones are on a different level and call it legendary. They're clearly playing favorites depending on the state of the game, what DLC has been released. This has been a joke. This has been a joke. This hasn't existed in Warhammer 3. Just remove this and remove this. Get a big screen here with interface for potential. How much you want to bleed in battles? How much buffs the AI gonna get? Just put a fucking slider here. Put it 2 levels above very hard. Campaign difficulty should be renamed potential, and make sure that we can customize it. What type of factions? We want to put order factions, we want to put evil factions, we want to put, I don't know, just Skaven to get plus 200%, make it so. This does shit anymore. This is just for puppets. They're just new players that started playing the game. They want to think about things. Oh shit, I'm gonna play very hard, I'm gonna play Legend. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. Because they're like, oh, what the fuck is the difference here? Like, you just turn off Iron Man, and you got very hard. You got Legendary. Like, they even put the Iron Man separate. Because, you know, you can play normal and you can play Iron Man. This is pointless. This is pointless. Just make it a potential. It's not. They've been screaming about this potential. You guys notice how the developers in the recent years never mention difficulty, like Legend difficulty, very hard difficulty, normal. They're never being mentioned. They always talk about potential. This is just for show here, so they can do achievements and stuff. Because if you put potential here, you can tune it up. You can't do achievement on Steam, complete the campaign on very hard legendary, right? This is a joke. Just for show. The only winning move is not to play Warhammer 3A, apparently. But what shouldn't be it? Because it's in the update that they just removed player bias and made proximity more important to declare war. Wouldn't they simply send their crusades to their neighbors? Exactly, exactly. This guy is asking the right questions. This guy is asking the right questions. Because by lowering player focus and the AI aggressiveness, they broke the AI. And now they're trying to fix it instead of reverting what they've done in late 2023. And may I remind you that the difficulty of Warhammer 3 and AI aggressiveness was shit in Immortal Empire since day one. The only difficulty Warhammer 3 ever had was the first couple of weeks of Realm of Chaos. For several reasons. The game was new, so it was difficult. People had no idea what to expect, so failure was high. Remember the Zinchian place? It was a fucking clusterfuck to figure out the first time. AI was hardcore player focused because the campaign had a clear objective, and there was some really nasty shit in the game. The Nurgle Plague on the Demon Prince, brutal. It literally crippled Kizel campaign if you don't know how to deal with it. Kizel was really hard. Just go watch the first Kizel campaign, you know what I'm talking about. You mint Kairos, and you don't deal with him. Have fun. Or should I say, he will have fun with you, whether you like it or not. You literally make up your move, make your strategy, they end your turn. You can't move. And it was happening all the time. That was difficult. Slowly they just chop, and we got 2025 game for peasants. Why did they disable all this shit? Because of fucking crybabies. And did they put options in the campaign settings to have this experience? No. They just decided, you know, they throw a blanket on the entire game. This is how you should play the game. You play on normal, you play on legendary, Kairos will behave the same. He is going to be a nice bird, just nice. He might switch a settlement sometimes, which is completely trivial in Immortal Empires. But the nasty shit, no. Nasty shit only available to the player. And Kairos and the Nurgle Plague on the Demon Prince were the main examples of something really nasty that could actually defeat you. And stuff like this should be in the game. This should be legendary. Legendary should be brutal. And it's a fucking joke. And I'm not saying this because we have too much hours in the game. It's just people have been talking about this shit for a while now. You can literally see plebs on the Steam discussion boards complaining that the game has no difficulty. So if they think that their version of the game, if that version of the game is not acceptable for the majority of the player base, there are settings for the campaign, for fuck's sake. Don't mess up the game and then wonder what happened. You fucked the game. Now fix it. Just start working on the fucking settings. Give us the settings, because you suck at it. They have fucked up the game. Year after year after year after year. Chop. Game shit. And now they're putting fairy tale fixes as a smoke screen just to put down the wildfire, not improve anything. I think something is broken in the threat assessment. So the main issue with the AI is since that update and in general in Warhammer 3, and this is the core issue, like the main issue. The AI is not decisive in making their decision. And even if they decide, oh, they're gonna do this, while they're attempting to do that, they might change their mind. And for somebody who has tested this game for an entire month, some days for 20 hours, it's clear as day. If you've been here late last year, the AI is just not decisive. They move armies, and they move armies back. They move armies, and they move armies back. A couple of turns later, they might actually accomplish whatever they decided 7 turns ago, which should have been happening within 2 turns. And I try to explain this to people like this. Like, let's open this thing here. So, like let's say you can have a Warhammer 2. Warhammer 2, how decisive is AI? It's a number probably, let's not put it under 1. Number between 1 and 3. And what this number represents? This number represents how many turns it is required to accomplish the goal. So, player starts playing Reichland. You start playing Reichland. Let's just put this so I give you guys a visual example. This is exactly what is happening with the AI, by the way. This is the core problem Warhammer 3. Where the fuck is the Empire? I almost have trouble finding the Empire. Is the Empire? Is the Empire here? Okay. So this number here, decisiveness levels, like let's call it decisiveness level. Decisive. Okay, let's call it decisiveness level. Decisiveness level. This is the root problem of Warhammer 3 since the Warhammer 3 got released. Everything that happened after has been an extra thing that has happened with couple reasons. Reasons like they try to make the game better, they try to make the game different, or they try to please some people. And it's a mix of things. So you got a decisiveness level. So let's just go Warhammer 3. So what is a decisiveness level? This is Karl Franz, and Karl Franz has a movement bar. So decisiveness level of 1 would be for him to achieve his goal in 1 turn. So if it's 1 decisiveness level, he would destroy this army and he would occupy this element. So let's simulate the AI. The AI is not in the same position. They have better balance of power.
I am Prince and Emperor.
But this would have been totally different. They would have had more units and everything. So this would be decisiveness 1.
Bring me to my men. No, sir. As is my
So
right,
decisiveness 1, mission accomplished. So you got decisiveness 1. This is what everybody should do on their first turn. For most part, unless they're looking for something else. Maybe the campaign was tricky and they know some tricks about it and they leave it. So this is decisive 1. So this is an effective turn, decisiveness 1. Let's call it 1.0.
in the name of summon the
Next example. What a lot of players, especially new to the game, have been doing. I've been watching a lot of players play Warhammer 2. There's been some sponsor channels, some people who try the game, Dance Gaming or Tiparians, people like this. And people like this, big streams, never played Total War games before or played very little. So what would they do? Let's go to Decisiveness 2.0. Decisiveness 2. So from 1 to 2, there is no middle. They go to their capital and they queue recruitment. And in so, they have failed to destroy this army, they failed to occupy this element. And they could queue the same recruitment there as well. This could be also one of their regular turns, but this is a very ineffective turns. So from 1.0 to 2.0. And they're literally starting to fall behind. This is a classic move by new players. Classic move. They don't have the confidence in their ability to win the battle. This is why CA has made these armies very small. 6 units instead of 8, 10, 12. Some Muppet has said decrease this because people go to their capital and recruit units. The Star Horse have said it. So instead of them going to the city to recruit units, they actually engage 6 units.
The Empire.
Remember all those armies in the early version of the game? 6 units instead of being 8, 10, 12, 14 units even. So it's hard to open the campaign. So they go to settlement, they recruit, because they do not have the confidence they're going to win the battle. So they get more troops, and they go to the same force later, and all of a sudden, not only they do better, they realize they can just out-resolve stuff. And they never get better. But more or less about this. So basically, Decisiveness 2, they go to Aldorf, and they queue recruitment. And this always slows down the campaign. What would be a compromise? Defeat this army, and go to the settlement to recruit units. That would be a poor AI. There is only one move here, and one move only. Forever and ever, there is no second alternative move. You destroy this army, and you take this element. That's a very effective AI. First 25 to 30 turns of campaign, the AI is effective like that. But the moment they got a province here, they got something regions over there, and there is distance. Their zone operation has expanded. They have to make a decision about this, that. They may be at war with this, that. And they become indecisive. They don't know how many units they recruit. They know where to go. The enemy does the movements. They change their plans. They go back to the drawing board. They don't know sure if they can do the units. They're not sure if they have enough. Are they gonna deal with this, that, or that? They become indecisive. And this is why the shit starts breaking after 20 or 30 turns. This decisiveness level goes to shit. The AI needs to be ready, have an army available. Doesn't matter what kind of army it is, to have their decisiveness within 2. And it's currently way over 2. So Vlad loses here. He goes back to the settlement and waits. A decisive Vlad wins here. Click, 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 click. 3 turns later, he won. So what is causing the Vlad to go back there? Some broken script. They're not decisive enough. And this is the core issue with the game. The AI is not decisive enough. Well, Warhammer 2 had decisiveness, I would say, between 1 and 2. Let's just call it between 1.0 and 2. Some factions are probably close to 0.5. Player decisiveness are probably below 1, because the player can progress 1. This is how much time we can progress 1 turn. So this is Warhammer 2. Some factions did better, some factions did worse. So the most ideal factions with the really impressive armies, balance of power, out resolve, the dwarves of the empire. You probably have this as low as 0.5. And some of the weaker factions that have literally no clear goals, weak military, and really just existing because they're too weak, like the Beastmen, could probably have this like 3. So they're doing nothing. At 3, they're doing nothing. If this number is anything above 2, there's no difficulty. If the player decisiveness, effective player has it at 1, and the AI is at 3, you're not playing the same game. You're snowballing like crazy. This one cannot compete with the player. The player literally does amount of progress in a few turns, how many the AI will do in 20. And if they can make the right decision as become more decisive, the game doesn't work. Right now, people think it works because the AI is decisive enough to make decision at the beginning. That's why in the first 20 to 30 turns, the game is working. But the moment their borders, the zone operation expands, enemies, factors, relations, there's so many factors, we call it variables, they become indecisive. They're becoming indecisive. And the one way to mess them up, to make them even more indecisive, is to lower player focus and lower aggressiveness. And you know what the CA did? They lowered aggressiveness in the Warhammer 3, and they lowered player focus. And by doing so, lowered aggressiveness even further. And by doing so, they've crippled the AI decision making. If you're aggressive, you have a clear plan. Plan is clear. You're going to find enemies, you're going to declare war, you're going to get units, you're going to go there. Archeon, early game. Tests. Clear stuff. If unreasonable events don't happen, like for some reason he stopped diplomacy with Khorne or goes to war with Tamrock because Skolag not doing their shit, which is highly unlikely, rare. His zone of influence expanded, he has range, has nothing to do. No enemies, he's not recruiting units, he's just staying at the capital. Happens so many times. You have an AFK Archeon for 30 plus turns doing nothing because they lowered his aggressiveness and there's no player focus and just doing nothing. And this is a common issue, not with just Archeon, but with every faction in the game, because they lowered aggressiveness. They lowered aggressiveness without giving an option to fix it. Yesterday, if you watch the test, it's clear as day what is happening. I've shown on the Reddit the Vlad example, but Vlad was just the one that would look good. It would not look good if I send Archeon with only 2 armies AFK for 30 turns, or Imrik AFK with 4 armies for 30 turns, or Valkia AFK with 2 armies for over 20 turns, or Legion of Asgore AFK with 2 armies for 50 plus turns. That would not look good. We sense would look good. It's still there, it's still broken. And the AI is not doing anything because aggression is too low. And the solution to this is to increase aggression so the AI is more decisive. If they have if the aggression is the plan, it's clear. Player will feel the campaign is more alive, player will respond more to things, shit will be happening. We got into the point where you're playing legendary and you're no longer reacting. Literally, you're just you have to force yourself to come out with a game plan, because nobody's bothering you. People don't know how to be proactive. They learned to react to their games. And if the game's not reactive, they find it boring. The people start asking for shorter campaigns, smaller campaigns, God forbid, another Realm of Chaos, because there's nothing happening. If the campaign is not being reactive enough, they get bored. If they just start auto-resolving, nothing is happening. That's what happened. For being proactive, does not work for all people. Proactive on Legendary should only be if you're very successful, or if you're playing with a faction that requires you to be proactive, like the Beastmen or the Warriors of Chaos. Imagine playing the Dwarves and you have to be proactive. This is a fucking... How do you play the game? They have no idea. They started scratching their heads. Oh, the problem is they lower the aggressiveness. The AI has lost the ability to be decisive. This has went down from this to probably in Warhammer, as we know right now, is somewhere between, I would say like this. And this is probably saying it lightly. So in best case scenario is this, in the worst case scenario is this. 5 turns on Legendary, nothing happening. And this is just being generous. It's probably more something like this. It's probably more something like this, close to 2 and 7. It's probably something like this, man. Fucking hell, this game is a disaster. Like, how do you go from this and this, from this to this? How do you go from this to this? Early game, there's some decisiveness because it's clear what's happening. There's goals. But the moment the AI has to make decisions, further decisions, they've been scripted to not start too many wars. They've been scripted to address relations, start a war at the same time, and then be addressed to scripted to defend, all at the same time. Warhammer 2 worked. You know why? Because everybody was starting wars. Even if you were not stopping for a second to think, you were busy dealing with all this shit. Shit was happening. And we were playing on Legendary, and we wanted this. Like, some campaigns, it felt like so much that we were like, oh man, what will this player focus? And now we have opposite side of the spectrum, there's no player focus, there's like nothing happening. I think I'd rather have Warhammer 2 behavior than I have Warhammer 3. And Warhammer 3 never had Warhammer 2 behavior. If you guys played early Warhammer 1 or late Warhammer, early Warhammer 2 or late Warhammer 1, the AI was brutal. Brutal. Not only they would just spam like crazy, but they would send everything at you as well. Like, sieges were common against 2, 3, 4 armies. It was a common sight, especially the Warriors of Chaos coming down. Nowadays, like, oh, I'm gonna send an army. I'm gonna send another army. I'm gonna send another army. I'm gonna send another army. 5 armies later, they're all dead and you're still alive. You guys seen that example with Village when the Nagrade sent 1 army, then another army, and another army, and another army? That's the vanilla AI. We don't play the campaign with mods. They literally had 5 armies there, and somewhere on pad they said like, oh, they're not gonna stack everything. They're just gonna send 1 at a time. So yeah, the AI decisiveness level has went to shit. This is the core problem with the game. Let's forget about the decision what to do with the settlement occupation, which is another major problem. And let's forget about the game progression, what should happen the first 30 turns, what should happen the next 30 turns, what should happen the next 30 turns. That's another major problem in the game. It's completely out of whack in Warhammer 3, out of balance, and CA is still talking about turn 140. What the fuck, turn 140? We don't want game to work at turn 140. Who the fuck even gets to turn 140? Like, we need shit to work between turn 30 and 80. We don't need shit to work at turn 140. So that's another major problem. And another problem that basically happens with the first major, one of the major problems is, which is created by their decision making regarding settlement occupation, is the needless besieging. Needless besieging. So it's a problem with the AI besiege a settlement and they just wait there. Just wait. They don't attack it, they don't take it, they have superior military, they have siege attacker, they could have taken it like 3 times over with no casualties, and that's another problem. Which opens further other problems, which I don't know even CA even realizes, is that the AI is not instructed how replenishment works. That's another topic probably, but the AI is not instructed how replenishment works. They need to instruct the AI how replenishment works, so they make these decisions better, more decisive. Something in the script with the cooldowns regarding the settlement occupation decisions, if they're going to occupy, sec, loot, or raise a settlement, and how the garrison recovers, and how the replenishment works. They have not instructed in these things. If the AI is instructed that replenishment will happen next turn, some of these decisions would make the AI way more effective. They need to instruct AI how to make decisions on how the replenishment works. What level of replenishments they're going to receive next turn. So AI should be instructed how the replenishment works based on the replenishment level, either from the campaign bonus, from potential, or what replenishment is available to them. This is important thing to in their decision making. Sometimes they literally attack, they take massive casualties, and you know what they do? Instead of next turn, it's literally end of turn, they replenish, because all replenishment happens when the player starts turn. So I end the turn, and it's turn 2. I act first, but the turn has started. Everyone has replenished at the start of the turn. I hope people know this, and I hope the C knows this. That's how replenishment works. Replenishment does not happen when they act.
Absolutely not.
No, replenishment happens when the player starts the turn. You end the turn, it's now turn 2. Everyone in the world has taken replenishment and or attrition. That's how it works. And the AI is not instructing this. If they're instructing this, they would make better decisions regarding attacking settlements, regarding merging units, and recruitment. This is an important part of the game to keep momentum going. Because player knows how to use the replenishment, and replenishment is so snowbally. It's one of the main factors why the game is snowballing. They've made the control irrelevant, corruption irrelevant, so you no longer really need to take care of your provinces. Oh shit, my corruption, my settlement is going towards rebellion. Oh no! Oh no! Oh shit, we get +8 control. Oh yeah, thanks, National War. We're not gonna have a rebellion. Okay, we don't have to worry about it. Let's go capture next province. Oh shit, same thing there. Oh, we don't have to worry about it. Let's go capture next province. In the case where you actually get a rebellion, they literally have no military. There's like, it's a bunch of spearmen with a lord, or a bunch of warhounds with a lord. They can't even handle a middle garrison. So what, man? It's like, this thing also really needs a rework, but this is also another topic. But this all is down to the AI decision making. And it's been the root cause of issues with Warhammer 3 since day one. Day one. And how the problems develop further? Well, problems developed further when they started lowering player focus. They decided, I don't know, oh, we're gonna do a good thing one day. Late 2023, oh, let's patch the game. Let's make sure everybody's gonna have fun. Nobody's gonna get player focused. Literally on day fucking 1 we play the game and we all notice issues. Apparently, you know, they didn't see the issues in their tests. Week after week after week, literally more and more issues. And this has been now 2 years later, and they're patching this shit. And they patched it and it still don't work. And here we are with this thing on the Reddit, because, you know, it's the right time to do it. So the AI decisiveness level just is shit. And the main reason why it's shit is because of low aggression levels and low player focus. If they don't like these settings, if the people don't care about these settings, they should put this in the campaign settings. It's so simple. It's so simple. Give me a fucking raging corn lunatic AI setting. I'm gonna click that check mark and I'm gonna have fun. If somebody wants to play a passive ass shit game and just, you know, like do nothing for 20 turns their settlement, they should put that setting too. But don't decide that everybody wants to play a game like that and put it on every difficulty like that. Because this is what they did. The AI decisiveness went to shit. They need 3+ turns to do anything. Even if they are moving. Because moving, I've seen this shit happening. Vlad from here, moving, 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 and it's like 7 turns later, they're gonna attack the settlement. And then they move all the armies back here, wait a couple of turns, moving, moving, moving. Oh, wait a couple of turns here. Oh, we're gonna attack somebody else. A little 20 fucking turns later, there's Archeon player already pillaging Dragonhof there. And the Vlad is still deciding if he's gonna occupy the rest of Stirland or he's gonna attack our land. And this doesn't happen every time, but it's a pretty common thing. We call this back and forth. Very indecisive. And this is an issue with lower aggressiveness and their zone of operations. It's almost like they're crippled how much they can get. If somebody looks for that Greenwood campaign, there was top dog Vlad, and it was exactly what was happening. I had an agent here, and we were not at war, and he was doing exactly that. He had enough military to trample the entire empire, and he was just AFK at Auerheim. He was at war with these people here, he was at war with these people here, but he had like, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 armies on Auerheim, doing nothing. This is when we first see how bad this issue was. And since then we paid close attention, and it was happening literally every campaign. Late last year we did copious amounts of testing, literally entire month, over 300 hours, and we have gotten to the bottom of this. And we found a solution in a mod which completely stops this issue. Restores the AI aggressiveness and makes them very decisive. Like we have done tests before they did any of the fixes. We have done, for example, 10 tests on Torgrim Skarsnik interaction. And Torgrim was ineffective 9 out of 10 times of taking down Skarsnik. 9 out of 10 times. And this is literally how this campaign starts. 9 out of 10 times. In that one time he was effective, he was actually really effective. 9 out of 10 times. In one of those cases, it was so sad to watch. It was 90 turns. 90 turns, I kid you fucking not. We have a recording. 9-0. 90 turns. He was still at it. Torgrim and Skarsnik were still fighting 90 turns later. Legendary difficulty. Ultuan has fallen to Dark Elves. There's literally continents have changed paints, and Torgrim still trying to kill Skarsnik. We installed a mod that increases the AI aggressiveness. Every fucking run, brutally effective. Because it has to be. This is how the campaign opens. At the time. This was before Gorbat. Brutally effective. 10 out of 10. AI, vanilla, 1 in 10 times. So if somebody's saying that their game works, their game is fine, they have not these issues, they have not paid any attention. Because I repeat, you have to play a longer campaign, you have to use heroes outside the army to scout, and you have to pay fucking attention, nobody pays attention. So unless you do the copious testing like we did, you're not gonna see any of this shit. And you're gonna wonder when you come into Empire with your dwarves and see 9 armies of Vlad and Auerheim, you think it's like a normal thing. Gravy asks, a little bit off topic, but did you always fight battles as Necropolis even though Outer Resolve was no losses in Heroes? It's because the Outer Resolve is too generous. So, and it takes the enjoyment from the game for me. The battles are already pretty quick, and I like to practice my decision making to minimize mistakes when it matters. So two reasons, like it's not fun and it's too generous. There's a point in the game when you have such a strong army that doesn't matter anymore, but at that point it's just OCD. Warhammer 3 is fine to play, but if you're expecting a challenge difficulty game, you can forget it. If you're a new player or the player that plays occasionally, the game should be fine for you. But if you're somebody who played this game for a lot of hours and who expects improvements, changes in the game, who would like to play a longer campaign, you cannot play this game without a mod. You have to be a really completely oblivious and ignorant in any of the issues to still have fun in the game. But that being said, I think you can always have some fun with the game. You make your own fun. This is a big playground, big sandbox. You can always have some fun. Some people like to just play early games so they don't see any of the issues. But if you're playing beyond the early game, vanilla is completely busted. Really, like the game starts to works fine for the first 20 to 30 turns, and then it just starts to break. It starts to break, and they're doing testing for like a turn over 100. We need the game to work between turn 30 and 80. Anybody that tells you otherwise, they have no idea what they're talking about. They're just not even paying any attention. With my mod, it's not my mod. It's made by somebody else. We started with the ultra aggressive and smart AI mod by Heclius, and that one's fixed the problem completely. And then one of the viewers made his own version of the mod, probably based on that mod with changes to all over the place, which I think it's better than the Heclius mod. So you should use that one. That one will bring the AI closer to what we want, especially if we've been playing this game for a while. In the recent tests with the new patch, there's been even better improvements regarding the AI expansionism. So not all is that bad with the patch. There's been some improvements. I'm gonna get some water here before we read the rest of this shite. I'm gonna go check through this and close it forever. Take a break from Reddit for a couple of years. I'm here, boys. I'm here. So, core problem, I call it decisiveness level. It's really bad in Warhammer 3 compared to Warhammer 2. Really bad. Everything else was just on top of this. On top of this. Unless they increase, the solution is to increase the aggressiveness AI. The aggressiveness of the AI needs to be increased. Not this nonsense plus 2-3% change they do in these patches. This has to be a drastic change. It has to be a drastic change because they've done very little and it's too late already. Especially after that bullshit patch they released yesterday. The AI aggressiveness needs to increase. If the AI has resources, they should always be in attack. I mean, imagine, like look at this. These are vampire counts. They want to take over the empire. They want to rule the world. Why would they go back with 7 armies with no enemies around to guard kill Stempelhof? They have it. The ball is rolling. And they went to recover to let the empire recover. If they have the resources, you get military, you have armies to attack, they're undefended settlements, go. Don't stop. Go. Ball is rolling. The AI aggressiveness have to be higher. If the AI is not being aggressiveness being higher, if they're not utilizing their resources, the legendary doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean shit. The player can literally out-progress the legendary in Warhammer 3. That's how big of a joke it is. In Warhammer 2, it would take a while for the player to meet the difficulty. A while. In Warhammer 3, you start the campaign, you're already ahead of AI. What the fuck? What the fuck? For us to be challenged in the battles, so the battles feel rewarding, we need to be challenged in the campaign. And we are not getting challenged in the campaign. So all these units they are releasing, these DLCs they're trying to sell, it's all pointless if there is nothing even to use them on. You can literally just auto-resolve your way through everything as well. You have more resources than the AI, you can just take armies. There's no challenge. We need to be challenged on the campaign so we can have satisfying, rewarding battles. Isn't that what Warhammer City was all about in Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2, for most part? And now we even lost that. Now we even lost that, and we got into literally from barely positive to mixed to recently most negative. That's all it's about. Give us reasons to fight battles, make the campaign challenging. I'm not really talking about normal difficulty, guys. Normal is normal, easy is easy. Like, you can't have such a fucking joke of a game on a legend difficulty. You call it legendary, for fuck's sake. Legendary. Legend fucking dairy. It's a fucking joke. There's no legendary. Google definition of legendary. Described or based on legends. Remarkable enough to be famous, very well known. They should just call it, I don't know. I don't know. They just need to just remove this shit from the game. Just remove the difficulty from the game and put potential in. Hey, where are we at here? We're not done here yet, boys. The suffering continues. We were here, Mr. Paradox, 9 hours ago. Not only it's still there, but it started a wildfire. It's bitten my my green skin update post. We got to 237,000 views, huh? Maybe something will be done, who knows? But obviously people were waiting for something to change. And not this on first page of Reddit. That's why they're so defensive. This will probably be the best most people can do if they run into it. As common as it might seem, when hundreds of thousands of people are playing the game, you get way more with these issues compared to the handful of tests CA can do. It's literally happening every game. Tracking bugs don't appear guaranteed, are a massive pain to track down, so providing saves will most likely help a lot. By the way, it is possible to see if a save game had mods active at any point during its run. I know that the game points out that it was disabled, but therefore the game deactivates and more saves mod I've actually read that one. Okay, this was the AI stuff. As these two guys actually saying good stuff. Okay, we were here. I think something is broken in their threat assessment. If they are building troops and sticking them in place, it's because they view it as the best move, if everything is working. Which would mean they view something else as being so unbeatable they won't consider any alternatives to holding at their strongest point. Maybe it's that invisible local armies bug in the corruption. Has an invisible army spying on them. Maybe it's the Stadthor. A sort of last stand situation. Edit, it could be several things anyway. Something like neighbors disliking them causing a fear of potential wars, a simple stand calculation of garrison plus army to their own troops, worries about ambushes if the AI have those, some sort of weakness to the military build-up routine where the AI increase economy or decrease cause a permanent recruitment drive. Yeah, it could be simply be there so many legend lords around and not enough space between them, and cause they all have so many mechanics, the AI also has to account for in some way, even if they're heavily dumbed down for it. They will all see each other's and then freeze. Yep. I hope they post an explanation about it when, if it gets fixed, allowed to know the reason. Total, total idle, total AFK, Peace Hammer. You ever notice that since the game removed anti-player bias, the AI has never worked quite right? Oh, somebody is asking the right questions. Somebody's asking the right questions. Upvote that guy. Warhammer 2, you can go back and play with all its anti-player bias. You can see it right there. Warhammer 3 removed anti-player bias and confederations. Okay, we have some of the undesirables here, boys. Some of the undesirables have been only voted 13 times and they're hidden. Hidden from sight so nobody can read their filth. Yep, the current state of super defensive AI was a deliberate change because they listened to Legend and his whining about anti-player bias. Then Legend decided defensive AI's taking not wanting to get picked off was bad. Of course it's the Legend fault. Everything is Legend fault. I drank my coffee earlier today, it was too hot. I said, fucking Legend, love a hot coffee. Damn. What? A few years ago, Legend started winging about anti-player bias with AI being aggressive and sending invasion stacks. Then they lobotomized the AI. I don't think they touched the AI because of the Legend said anything really. That's when the whole 5 stacks turtling on 1 point thing started. It started in late 2023. Because the anti-player bias was actually insane. I don't know why you're pretending it wasn't. What was it insane? It was, it made sense. It was not insane. Might have been just a little bit over the top, but the problem is the spectrum. CA no only left and right. There's no middle or the middle to the left and right. It's just far left and far right. Acting like the lobotomized AI is the consequence of pushing for it to be fixed is such a brain-dead take. A CA made a shit decision and people asked them to fix it, so they made it worse. So this is the fault of the people asking them to fix it. This is a very clear case of CA not having any single idea how to program their own games. Pretending it's any community member's fault for asking them to fix it is a bizarre level of shilling I haven't even seen aside of Tesla subs. The thing is, not only that they were supposed to tone down from another continent, but they're not. They crippled the entire game like this. Like Archeon doesn't even move 3 provinces away. Like Karakhirn coming to Ultron makes no sense, but Karakhirn coming to Western Badlands makes sense. They toned this too much, and they just left it. You can like or dislike the AI being hyper-aggressive against the player, it's personal preference or whatever. The same applies to Legend as far as liking him his content. But how is this Legend's fault they can't get the AI to function as intended? Well, like I said, they need to put the campaign setting for aggressive AI. It's like simple as that. Yeah, the AI was working fine at launch. It was not very aggressive, but it was acceptable. If they really hated you, they sent invasion stakes halfway across the continent, which is true to the setting. Blackfire Pass is 500 miles from Ragnar, for example. Legend's whining is what caused the patch that causes the AI to go super defensive. Then he got mad that the AI being defensive like he wanted. Now CA is trying to find a happy medium, but if they had ignored Legend's whining in the first place, they probably would have been better off it. It's also the problem with the CA. They just put everything something far left or far right. Why can they ever find the middle? Here we go, more from the financial database 126. I think you're overestimating his influence CA, regardless on why they decided to change it. If they couldn't make the AI function properly with the change, which they should know if they're actually testing things before the release, then they shouldn't have made it in the first place, which falls back at the feet of the CA, not some YouTuber you dislike. This is just it, boys. Legend of Total War is big, and his YouTube community is also big, pretty much as big as Total War official on YouTube. And people actually watch this shit. And everything that's bad is happening with the game is Legend fault. Everything good that happened with the game, CA gets the praise. You guys notice this? So if something good was done, good job CA, good job CA, take my money. If something bad happened in the game, it's Legend's fault. He has done it. He must have done it. He is the root of all bad things in Warhammer 3. So guys, next time make coffee, if drinking coffee black as it should be, and you burn your tongue, you know what to do. You know what to do. Go to Legend channel and tell him about it. This guy seems to spend every thread with whining about Legend. Okay, this is now. Damn, we got some Legend drama in this topic as well. I knew it. This will get attention from the Legend community. He was in the content creator program till he got kicked out, and he was one of, if not the biggest Total War creators. One of, if not, shut the fuck up, man. He's the biggest Total War creator. His anti-Blair bias video has 100k views. And he talked about it repeatedly in stream. The AI was functioning properly, such as to say it was super defensive, like Legend wanted. He only decided it was a bad thing a few years later to farm content. That, or he's just ranting about whatever his fanbase wants him to, which is why he's contradicting himself. Having seen some of his streams, I think it might be the latter. I have caught some of his streams. Certain elements of his fanbase will repeatedly harass him until he starts joining their bandwagon to get them to shut up. This is like a cult, man. This is like a cult. Can we try that here? If you wanna get banned, sure. I have to tolerate top manager shit until I demod his ass, but you don't have a mod next to you, because I can time you out without modding you again. I'm well aware of his departure from the content creator program, which is why I don't think he's influential on CA as you do. Certainly influential on some of the fan base, and it's definitely agreed that he led to more people complaining about the aggressive AI. I mean, we call this we have a name for this, guys. It's called the Legend Gospel. Legend does say some pretty good stuff, but sometimes things get taken out of context, get twisted. And considering his community is very large, there are definitely very overzealous people there. So they start spreading this word as the gospel. We call it the Legend Gospel. Obviously, I think we both want... It has nothing really to do with Legend. It's just he has some really... how would you say... I guess extreme viewers, you could say. Extreme fans. Or we don't have extreme fans, guys. The word fan comes from fanatic. Fanatics are not right in the head, and so if you're a fan, you're not right in the head. It comes from a bad word. Where are we at? Obviously, I think we both want the best Total War games we can get. I just think the best way to do it that is holding CA accountable for releasing broken patches instead of giving them a pass, because the YouTuber had been calling for the change they made. I have nothing against the Legend. But some of his viewers are definitely on the extreme side of things. And I think Legend tolerates everybody in his community just for the sake of growth and income over time. he wasn't really winning out the roots, the bad seeds. He let them fester and grow, so he attracted a lot more people to his channel. It's good for growth, but it can create some really toxic behavior. Not very good for mental health. His anti-player bias has 100k views. Oh no, 100k views on a video. Truly, this is enough to completely change the course of AAA game studio. They're saying like a 100k views is like nothing. I've been putting content on YouTube for years. I didn't ever get a single video with 10,000 views. Lord Master of Sword has much smaller footprint and regularly gets CA to change stuff. The Rot. I mean, Lord Master of Sotek is kind of like a bootlicker. So bootlickers do get better stuff in life. Also, Legend performed the anti-player bias issue multiple times in Steam. Reichland sending troops to Blackfire Pass and lower the edges of its own empire against an invasion. And absolutely not the same as the AI traveling across half of continent of nearby foes to solely focus on you. The player. What's more, it didn't make for interesting gameplay to have the AI ignore other factions and only consider the player when making decisions. Man, I can't listen to this Warhammer 3 soundtrack, man. It's triggering a bad PTSD. Just give me something chill here. Reichland doesn't own the Empire. It's a single province of the Empire. Karl is the Emperor, however, that was a figurehead title. All you can really do is call a meeting of the elector counts. Franz gained his authority through his personal diplomacy and many victories at war. And the whole blessed by Sigmar think his title as Emperor is almost meaningless. At least at the start of his reign. So his title as the Emperor is like the having title of the President of Croatia. Just a mascot. Blackfire Pass was France sending Reichland forces to go kill Greenskins. Hundreds of miles away with the army of our land assisting. Because France knew it was the Greenskins got Blackfire Pass, they'll be unstoppable. Get past. I'm like, once you start reading this stuff, it's like you start going deeper and deeper and deeper. It's like, what are we talking about here anymore? Is this what Reddit is all about? Upvoting what people find is right, and downvoting what people don't like. And in one topic, you get lost into 10 other topics. I didn't say Reichland owns the Empire, but Reichland and Averland are part of the same Empire. Blackfire Pass is the borders of that Empire. Ergo, Blackfire Pass is the borders of the Reichland's Empire. It's just as true as a statement as saying it's the borders of Hochland's Empire. This isn't the age of the three emperors. Obviously, the Emperor is going to send forces to assist in the realm's collective defense from invasion when he's able. I think this has mutated from the player bias, which somehow started with Legend as well. And I don't know how was even Legend mentioned. I lost it somewhere up there. This is no way comparable to AI Reichland ignoring his foes and enemies closer at hand to send armies not only through his length of the Empire but across the length of Norscan through Kislev to attack someone they only just became aware of that hasn't done anything to them. Just aware of? Like, you can't send armies in a couple of turns from across the Empire. Legend hijacking this thread, of course. Legend is to blame for everything. He hijacked this thread. Goddamn Legend. Legend is no longer playing Total War, and he still lives rent-free in all these people's heads. Unbelievable, unbelievable, man. But it's just a small-time YouTube streamer with only 100k views on issues. And more importantly, this is a bad game design. Even if that was somehow more accurate, it makes for stupid and unfun campaigns. The AI's first priority should not be the player across the known world when it has forced at home to fight to secure its borders. I was always pro of the AI simulating their nations and not simulating the multiplayer behavior. And this is the angle which I was against the player bias. Because if the AI treats me as the player, and I have to treat the AI as the AI. Because I like when I play a Reichland to treat myself as Reichland and the Overland to be Overland and not an II. Because if all the AI are the AI, they're communicating with each other and they're plotting against the player. So you're just playing, you're just alone in the world and they're just one big AI. Conspiracy. But after a couple of years of Warhammer, player bias ought to be a thing. They just have to do it right at the right distance. I think the AI snow bias of Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 1 was way better than what we have right now. Like I said, it kept the player busy. It kept the player busy and it felt like the game was progressing more naturally with more struggle. There were way more rewarding battles. Surprises out of nowhere are the most dangerous thing in the game. Fog of War is the hardest thing there is in the game. And if there is no such things anymore, you just go from reacting to proacting and you just snowball. What they did is an extreme and what we had before was an extreme. So there has to be a solution somewhere in the middle. If they can't figure it out, they should give us the player bias setting in the campaign settings, like with everything else. Calcifer says, I found the same type broken AI post by LH 2 years ago and it's removed by the moderators. That website contains all the window leakers. It was not the right time to do it 2 years ago. It was not the right time. And it was, you know, they felt it to be too toxic, so they closed immediately. It took them like 30 minutes to remove this one. This is when they broke the battle AI in the patch, I think 4. And every hotfix was just to make things worse. They needed like another half a year to fix this. Everybody already forgot about this. You guys remember when you would attack as somebody and they had reinforcements, the AI would just be broken? Like, I remember that battle in the Underway against Vlad. Vlad was just waiting there with 4 armies. So they wait for the reinforcements and they do nothing really. So something had to be done. They fixed that. They did fix that. But there was another change later on. The AI has never been perfect in the reinforcements. They have different iterations of this. It's still far from what it should be. But it's definitely better than it was back then when. I think it was still better in Warhammer 2 though. I wouldn't say it's any better than it was in Star Wars Warhammer 3, but it's different. Reinforcements and the AI need more work. Okay. Reichland sending troops to Blackfire Pass and lower the edges of its own empire. This is you. This is no way comparable to a Reichland ignoring its foes and enemies closer at hand to send armies not only through the lands of the empire but across the length of Norsk or through Kislev to attack someone not only just become aware of that it hasn't done anything to them. So guys, people are missing a lot of stuff here. Why is the AI allowed to do this? Because they have more military at home. Difficulty. They got garrisons. Difficulty. Remember, there could be an army of 20 units and some factions could win that battle in auto-resolve with 7. So they don't even need the garrisons. So the only reason why they were sending stuff across is because they were everything else was safe for most part. There's definitely were examples where they were definitely overly aggressive regarding this. But considering they can local and global recruit an entire army in under 3 turns, it's enough time to respond against anything. In Warhammer 3, the capacity of the recruitment has been lowered, primarily for the player. It's lower by a third. And the AI as well initially, which was also a part of the difficulty issues, but they started increasing this again. And we are now back to the Warhammer 2 recruitment after a long time. We have experienced this in all the couple campaigns. The AI can recruit 10 plus units per turn, and it's back how it's supposed to be on Legendary. So even if they send militaries across, they can still recover that military, but in like no time. Not any time that would matter. And even if minor settlement gets hit, it doesn't matter. It's relevant. Minor settlements of Warhammer 3 are more irrelevant than the minor settlements of Warhammer 2. Losing a settlement, it's meaningless. It's pointless. Like you can just recover it like it's nothing. Capital will be another story. You fundamentally don't understand the setting. Factions will effectively send crusades or expeditions out multiple times throughout the lore. Turns out it's easier to just justify killing and looting Greenskin Scales, Cultists, or Tomb Kings than it is a fellow Imperial. Plus, the evil guys may come for you later. It's fine when the Chaos is doing it and the Greenskin, but it's not fine when the Emperor is doing it, right? Because the Emperor are the good guys, right? Yes, I remember my own words, I stand by it. It is also the border of Midland's own empire and Outland's own empire, because they are all part of the same empire. Oh my god, this guy again. Okay, let's... this is just... it feels like we're getting more of the same. Let's keep that. What or who is Legends that you speak over and over? Are you talking about the content creator Legend of Total War? Tell him! Tell these plebs! It would be great if you fixed your spelling mistakes. It is hard to understand your posts. He's talking about the content creator. There is potentially non-bug reasons. We can see what OP has off-screen. We can't see what the OP has off-screen. Here we go, boys. Humble country lawyer. I have the guys tell you that however frustrating the last 2 days were, however bad this looks like, this has definitely been at least a little bit fun, because most of these people, they have no idea who I am, and they're just thinking the OP some random play posting shit. So at least that is a fun part of this. You can see what OP has off screen. If all Vlad has is Sylvania and OP has 2-3 very large stakes off screen, like at the Mootland or the Fort Oberstyre. So he's saying that I am at war with Vlad. I am at war with Vlad. It's not working. So guys, you see Vlad here, it's not red, which means we are not at war. He doesn't know even how to read the map. If I was at war with Vlad, it would be their names would be in the red. Mootland for Oberster and the air might be doing exactly what it needs to. Vlad can get a bunch of crap stakes really easily, and he likes to. But if he doesn't group them like this, then he's easily picked off. He went off in my last campaign and would generally roam around with at least 2 other stakes at a time. 3 arms of vampires is literally 1 army of the Empire. People still don't get this. So if the OP is poised to knock out one of his only 2 prowess to the large arms, that AI is doing exactly what it should do without any bugs. This could be a bug though. I'm just saying we don't have a full picture. You're not gonna even get a full picture. You get what you get. And you should be happy with it. For obvious reasons. This could be a bug though. I'm just saying we don't have a full picture, okay? OP is playing Changeling to observe. You can see the vote on Twitch. I'm kind of surprised this haven't spread on. I didn't said anything about any of this. So who no idea who this is, but they told them. They told them. They might have been here. Maybe this humble counter lawyer is investigating the vote. You think they people read this one? He walks among us. What was closed here? This one was deleted. Another Austrian painter, huh? Yeah, this discussion turned fast if it's bugged or not, because they don't wanna believe that it's bugged, because the CA just fixed it. So they're just working hard to discredit this. I only have one raid account, and that's this. Illich with a bottom there. Bottom dash, because somebody taken Illich. See, they specifically said in the recent patch notes it is a standard behavior, just that it shouldn't be triggering 100% of the time. Nothing is broken here, it's just the AI playing defensive as intended. Some factions have specific tags, like passive, for example, the Sentinels. The faction is possession of the Black Pyramid of the Nagash has this tag, and it means that they just spawn however many armies the economy will allow and will sit on the pyramid until some nuance them out of it. Yeah, it's like the Demon Prince and Archeon and Valkia, they're Warbringer, but they have no enemies and they spend in their capital for 30 plus turns, sometimes 50 to 100 turns doing nothing. I don't really understand how the AI in Warhammer 3 works. Does anyone? Okay, it's me, Hawkeye G. See, I already commented on the same thing, but please post on their forums and share a save file. I will not. I had plenty of this, thank you very much. I'm not gonna waste any more time. I know it's extra work on your part, and I saw you are losing hope that they can fix it. But it's exactly the kind of reference they need in order to continue troubleshooting this issue. Whether or not you believe they can actually fix it doesn't change the fact that they need access to references like this or help with it. The best we can do is keep sending this and hope for the best. He's basically telling me I need to start going to church and start praying. Frankly, I recommend taking a break and trying Age of Wonders 4 instead until they can fix this, unless these mods are working for you. Shameless plug for Age of Wonders that they have been my personal solution to frustration with these issues. The AI in that game seems to actually coordinate real well and play fairly effectively. Maybe I'm just new, but I've never had AI coordinate attacks and positional flanks and moving on mass attack with the other games like they do in Age of Wonders 4. Age of Wonders 4... I played some Age of Wonders games, I just didn't like it. I played Age of Wonders 3, I didn't like it. It just made me think of Heroes, and I played Age of Wonders Planetfall, it was crashing, and I just uninstalled. Age of Wonders 4. So solution, if a game doesn't working, try another game. I think this is like a mix of like a Civilization and Heroes. Oh my god, he leaked his birthday. That's not my birthday. But people, some people know what my birthday is. I know this looks good visually, but I don't give a shit about this. I'm really busy right now. Really busy right now, and Heroes Olden Era is amazing, and it's coming out in a couple of months with early access. I only have a couple of months of shit on my plate. Looks pretty though. I haven't streamed on my last 2 birthdays. Unfortunately, a big part of Total War is the real-time battles, which Age of Wonders 4 doesn't have. There isn't truly an even remotely equivalent game to Warhammer. I want to relive that Alien Isolation stream of your 30th birthday. RuneScape, how do you know this shit? That was 7 years ago. The only reason I remember because of trauma. You have that stream burned into your memory. They won't accept it because of the Fog of War mod. Age of Wonders battles don't even come close to this, and honestly has a really boring map generation. Scream like a little girl. Do you have any proof? Recordings? I don't believe you. Only thing that makes the Total War Warhammer experience better is playing another game. LOL, good advice. Upward this guy. Upward this guy. This guy knows what's up. You know, I was playing Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era, which seems to be turning out to be an amazing game. Demo. I was playing a demo. Where is it? Where is it? For 200 hours. A demo. And it's definitely made me a little bit more refreshed than I got in Warhammer 3 Burnout. Because, you know, playing this game for 5,000 hours, you do get a little bit burnout, but there's still things to have fun. But when you get back to it after having so many hours in it, and there are issues, and there is Dark Cloud, and there is bitching, it's just so tiresome. And just that burnout gets to critical mass in a couple of days. So it was very refreshing for sure. Could you guys please say whether you are playing with mods or on an old save when you make these posts? We had a post like this with the last Lisbon Tomb King fix, and turns out the guy was on old save. Completely defeating the point. Spreading false information, this patch had actually worked. Saying the page doesn't work with a cropped screenshot and no other context doesn't do any favors. We need details, we need context. Submit a bug report and send CA your file while you add it. Somebody responded here, this is a brand new save with no mod outside the one that lets you remove Fog of War to add it back. Somebody says, how do you know? OP is a streamer and there is a video of the test they have been doing all day with the new patch. Plus, I'm just watching them. So why the fuck are they spreading this conspiracy and shit when people were telling me that I was streaming this? You're just blatantly lying and spreading misinformation yourself. No, he wasn't. He even clarified he made 5 new saves testing on. Considering quality of CA releases fixed, it is pretty safe to say it is not working even without testing. This is the right type of toxicity I was looking for with this post. So, said penis... Martin, I don't know what it means. In my Belegar campaign, I have multiple factions do this. Ogres, Vamps, Tomb Kings, and Shaven. It's around 6 factions doing it. And again, we get a bot response from Creative Assembly. Hi there. I experienced this in patch 6 on a fresh campaign with which mods are using and which difficulty best CNOA. CA responding pretty quick to this, but they definitely need more examples. Xeno in Xeno. Is anyone still experiencing this issue with the 6.34 font fix? I published it for a fix for it on workshop. This thing has been already patched by multiple AI mods. We've been using an AI mod for this for almost a year. And it's the only way to enjoy Warhammer 3 anymore past the early game. Okay, his mod is working, okay. So there's another guy that had a mod working. This guy made a fix as well. So some random person has done this change. The CA has been, actually been saying they did, but CA didn't do shit, and some random person did it. Zanidu says, thanks for testing, Elich. Unfortunately, the great book of bugs remains full. They finally had upper hand over Empire, but when AFK and 3 turns later, the game got worse. This is why I posted another picture. This is how it looked like 3 turns later. So even more armies here and additional armies around. So you see they started putting 3 additional armies. By the time these guys would have occupied the Empire, these guys would be full strength and nobody would have dared to approach Sylvania. Intelligent Mole. Yes, this happened in my Tyrion campaign, got on alliance with France, and they saw they conquered all the way to Aldorf, then just turtled in Auernheim with like 8 stakes. Oh, the famous Auernheim turtling. Califran slowly chipping away at them, which has caused them to send a few armies out, but then they'll just return to turtling. Yeah, AFK at the Auernheim has been a common thing for like the last 2 years. Yeah, this looks exactly like the bug before. I really hope this is just a fluke, because the key feature of a hotfix being non-functional again would definitely raise concerns whether they can get it together for the big release in December. Hellfire will reign in December, I think. Hellfire. We might be visiting Raid again. Spoiler alert, they can't. Yeah, well, I have the same issue. Jesus Christ! Literally nothing has changed. Somebody demoted this guy. Probably because of invoking the Savior's name in vain. I know, I'm like very close to not even buying the DLC until February, guys. I feel like we should just boycott it until February. There's so many campaigns to play anyways, right? Makes me wonder if the AI's priority settlement scoring hopefully isn't hard-coded. It's upsetting its plans since it can go. I've got 10 territories that plenty let's stand around now. Hey, Firefox. Unstrike the Grudge. Still not fixed, huh? Guess I'll be waiting a while before I buy DLC. You tell them. Tell them with your wallet. Buy the Booba game instead. But Slanesh, I mean, Agneta, I can start Nakara campaign. I can travel to Grand Kate and I can harass Mami Ying. Just make her a vassal and just keep clicking on her for a couple of hours. And I think everybody's going to get what they want. So quick doing it in the Badlands. 6 full stakes of trash just sit there for multiple turns. Guys, if you don't know how the Reddit works, somebody written something that makes no sense or it aligns with your goals, you arrow up. Somebody writes something that makes sense, but it doesn't align with your goals, arrow down. With enough arrow downs, they'll be invisible. People are not going to bother clicking the plus, so nobody's going to read their shit. And for example, somebody writes something that makes sense and he gets 8 downvotes. which can literally be done by bots, his comment will become invisible. Even if 2 replies to his comment has a lot of upvotes, it'll still be invisible until you click this button here. Didn't they specifically make it so AI map paint less and stop conquering as much and kind of stay idle once they conquer most of the land they want? I feel like I remember that being a thing. Yeah, that's was the beginning of the end of Warhammer 3 AI. You remember correctly, but that was based on feedback from majority of the community who wants this, and most of those won't be on Reddit, they just play the game. Which is one of the worst changes they've ever done, but apparently most people playing this game just want a mindless steamroll every campaign, so I'm not surprised if many actually like it this way. It is almost kinda funny how reliably they step on this rake. If you look at the notes, they specifically say the turtling behavior isn't removed, just reduced. It's still going to happen periodically. Do you just want the AI to feed you single steaks at a time or something? OP is playing a sartorial Watchers and is passing turn. This guy has never played Zinch in his life. This guy has never played the blue guys in his life. This guy needs some Lord Zinch in his life. Needs Zine to show him the way. And is pacing turn after turn to test AI behavior. Vald at this point is one of the largest threats in the game with no competition in his area, and just crushed Reichland and they went home to recruit and never left. At least he knows what's going on. Must have been watching the stream. Vlad defeated his 2 enemies and they just AFK'd at home without declaring war against any of the smaller factions nearby. Elich uses console to kill only his army, destroy all his buildings, then just passes turns, no player to influence behavior. Get the name right, Predator. Do you mean Cairo faction Oracles of Zinch? Is he playing a tutorial? He's definitely using mods, lol. Whoops, meant the deceivers. They are so forgettable I couldn't remember their names. Yeah, I have trouble remembering the name of this faction and the name of this lord so many times. So, you know, I know where he's coming from. It doesn't surprise me too much if it happens in a game with no active player faction, given how much AI behavior is driven by relationship with the player faction. Elich uses console to kill his only army, destroy all of his buildings, and then just presses turns, no player to influence behavior. This in itself might break the AI if it checks on the player's holdings units on what they are doing as a part of its routine to trigger new behaviors. Ooh. We have done this, we have seen this happening in long campaigns, playing Malekith on the left side of the world and playing Grimgor on the right side of the world, while sending scouts in the world to see what's going on, and it was the same shit. So it's not just changeling. From my experience, and this is probably over 99% certainty, changeling player with no military has no effect on AI diplomacy or decision making regarding their military. Because our military is at 0 and we are not on the map. In all my testing, it's been pretty much obvious. What the game is missing? It's missing the player agency. And what does this mean? I could do the same test with the Kazrak being present on Nagorod, and us being present on Nagorod, we have some player agency there, so we'll influence the decision making of the Nagorod factions. But what is happening in the Empire, Southlands, Grand Kate is just pretty much AI on AI behavior, and it's gonna produce the same exact result. Changeling is just easy to pass the turns. It shouldn't impact the behaviors of factions across the world if the player is nowhere near. We should be seeing huge empires forming on the other side of the world to rival the player. It just doesn't happen. Post turn 20, the AI gets a little passive, post 50, a little more so, and then by turn 80, they basically stop doing things. Well, this guy knows this for most part. In the first 3 turns, the AI has a good decisiveness level, and then it goes down. It could retain some of it if the player is nearby. And then literally factions go idle because they don't seek new enemies, they don't seek new strategy to expand. And after a long while, they wake up again. And it might take as long as another 60 turns. And that's by that point it's already too late, because we need the AI to be active between turn 30 and 80, and not between turns after turn 100. Because between 30 and 80 is the most important part of the campaign. Because you have done your early struggle, you build up, but there is no further struggle. Unless you're a brand new player or a new player living in a tunnel. So it's important to have that flow still going for the next 50 turns. It probably shouldn't, but given behavior we've seen in the past, the AI probably does know what the player is doing, even if it's across the world. It just pretends it doesn't. This guy got demoted 7 times, and he's literally hidden there. Guys, see, we had to dig him up. We had to dig him up. Let's see what he said. The various AI factions are given semi-randomized potential integration patterns every game that aren't all out to paint them up every game. The behavior where they send out far-flung invasion armies was also curtailed during the anti-player bias fad. Why was this guy's buried with -7? You think the people making these trades are reading the blog posts? You think the people making these trades are reading the blog posts? This hurts. This hurts. Ouch. Ow. They don't know. They don't know. I must be one of the only people who reads this shit. They don't know. This hurts. Oh, this hurts. Not like this. Emotional damage. I don't wanna tell them that I'm a streamer or doing videos or YouTube or doing this for a living. They're gonna start attacking that. This is not the topic here. There's just literally ammo to start harassing me. Who knows, knows. This happened in the past. Fuck that. Not dealing with this shit. OP and the others, I'm just one guy. These guys are in the hundreds, and they are angry. Angry probably at their fathers and mothers, and why they don't have an apartment, and they're 29 and still living with their parents. OP and the others over this trade giving context. You think Retros read every trade before replying? You clearly didn't. This is just a thing, Heretic. They don't know who Elich is. I'm just a nobody with nobody on Twitch. Death channel, according to them. You gotta be famous on YouTube, a YouTube content creator. Nobody cares about Twitch people. I have posted this just because it was the right time. I wanted to be a bit toxic, and I wanted to be harsh about it, because this is unacceptable. Because they're either lying or they're incompetent, and this is the time to do something about it. Because a couple of weeks later, you think they're gonna care about trying to fix this? It's gonna be DLC time. This is the way of Reddit. This is the way of Reddit. And the most important part is you don't get to invest in this shit. Spend hours every day writing comments and posts, fighting with people, arguing and shit. You can't win. You can't win, man. You lost the moment you arrive to Reddit. You're there to just have some fun or cause some damage. There's nothing else to do there. I'm just one guy. I cannot beat you, let alone I can beat Reddit. You crazy? I took damage. I did, man. But it did. I mean, we can't just cause shit and not check some of it. In a couple of days, this will be all forgotten. So now is the time to check it out and go back in the woodwork. How close am you playing Warhammer 2 or Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era? Warhammer 2 never. Olden Era, I'll be playing it. I'm looking forward to it. Streamers seems to like it, and if Streams keeps liking it, I'll play a lot of it. I don't care about Europa Universalis 5. Those games are boring to me. I think I'm done with Warhammer 2. I'm done with Warhammer 2. There's no reason to going back to all the Total Wars unless there's money in it. So I could probably be convinced, but it's not gonna be happening. And Warhammer 3 has already offered so many improvements. It's kind of hard to go back. I haven't played this game or read the news for a while. They claim this broken behavior is intended. That's really sad if true. Defensive turtling is an intended behavior for the AI to do. The problem was the AI was doing it too often. The behavior wasn't never intended to be raised entirely. If the back and forth gets boring and we might just not do Warhammer 3.1 again, we might do a back and forth in Warhammer 1. That's a really hard game to do back and forth. We did one back and forth in Warhammer 2 and it was fun. So we might do one back and forth in Warhammer 1 or Warhammer 2 again, just to break out of Warhammer 3 for a bit. So during a sellout stream, you can see more of those games. But those games are brutal to play like that. Especially Warhammer 1. Defensive turtling is an intended behavior for defensive turtling is an intended behavior for the AI to do. The problem was the AI was doing it too often. This behavior wasn't ever intended to be erased entirely. That's not what they said. They are continuing to work on the issue. Oh, who was buried here? Who was buried here? My sins remembered. -6. He gets buried on -6? What the fuck? Oh, so they just don't know how to fix it and they can only reduce it. LOL. Exactly. 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 Just go read the patch notes. Because, you know, patch notes are all true. There's no lies there. You guys seen the patch notes? They look so nice. It's like probably the most beautiful patch notes yet. And it's just a hotfix, guys. Can you believe it? This is just a hotfix. Look at this. Look how professional this is. Look at this, like, perfect font, size of text, no mistakes. There's an overview. Look at this, man. It's like, you can't make any more professional than this. Look at this shit, man. All technical stuff. What was causing the problem? What wasn't working? What they changed? This means that in your playthroughs, you should now experience a more proactive and less risk-averse AI. What a load of horseshit. And keep in mind, guys, that Reddit doesn't even have any idea. They don't even know. I could have went much harder with this. They didn't even know. This is just Vlad. This is just Vlad. The same campaign. Archeon. Godslayer. Valkia. Imrik. And few others. Same shit. Vlad was even more active than them. They don't even know. They have no idea. The hurtling behavior is an intended thing. Is that the guy that's been talking shit about Legend of War? Immediate phone. Who would have guessed? LOL, they are so bad at fixing this game. No, why they didn't download this one? Nobody downloaded this one. 15 upvotes. Wonder Hayden, top 1% poster. What the hell is this top 1% poster mean? They'll never be able to fix this, but this sub is extremely soft-hearted to agree with me. I kinda agree with you. The Warhammer 3 AI never really worked from the running away from city defense days until now. There's always been something broken. This means he posts a lot. Oh, what was buried here? It worked really well in the beginning before Immortal Empire's released, but all the plebs complain about that game is too hard. The AI is cheating too much, there is too much player focus, now we are in this state and devs can't fix it, apparently it's really sad. Well, it's true. Warhammer 3 Immortal Empire's AI was horrible from the day one. It was poor. But it gotten worse with 2023 update. It was not here before Shadows of Change, but I remember the running away AI was a problem there in the very first High Elves campaign. And I remember Idle Tomb King's AI in my second campaign as a response. So let me correct myself, the AI don't work well since Rome 2. What? Let's not go there. This guy is clueless. You're saying that the AI worked in the is a more focused, small scope campaign of Realm of Chaos just to enforce the notion that the AI is just not ready for the insanity that is Immortal Empire's campaign. This is because this is the problem with the Creative Assembly. They never really were invested in creating Immortal Empires in the first place. It was a half-assed mess, and it was released like that. There are still issues on the campaign map, and there is still literally graphical glitches on the campaign map. And the AI has been lacking since day one. Everybody's just so focused in a small area, and they never really made a proper AI for it. And it's not like they can't. It's just like they didn't care enough. They were busy with the Realm of Chaos, and then later they were busy with Hyenas, so they never really sorted the Immortal Empire's mess. And that was after multiple delays. We need the version of what we really need. If we need to get their shit together and to give us options to tune our own AI or different iterations of the AI. You know, I would love to play Immortal Empires on the whatever version of the AI was in Warhammer 2 at the start with a super player focus. This would be really nice for an occasional campaign. For some factions, for sure. But we need to tune our own experience with the AI aggressiveness and player focus. Because the CA is not very competent to this anymore. They're just all over the place. Thanks, Damswan. Heroes of Might and Magic, Old Nira will be back. We need to play another like at least 10 Necropolis games for sure. Proving Grounds from Warhammer 2 was a disaster. I agree with you. And I even know why. The engine is a complete mess, and they laid off tons of devs who kinda knew what's up and could stitch the holes together. In the tired age of everyone being replaceable, which is partially true. Everyone can be fired. Not every fire is inconsequential. Some fires will snowball until nobody knows what the fuck is going on anymore. And word on the street, CA isn't interested in Total War style games anymore and is banking on Alien Isolation 2. We're gonna be playing Alien Isolation 2, and Alien is gonna get stuck at every door in the game. It's gonna be called the door bug. At least we're gonna go back to play Alien Isolation 1, where at least Alien knew how to open doors. Because the team that worked at the CA at the time is no longer working there. Who knows who is working on the Alien Isolation 2? This actually brings me back, boys. That was a couple of years ago. I've said this story a couple of times, but there was some kind of article on the internet. They were talking about Creative Assembly and their success as a studio, and their history as a studio, and their best game, Alien Isolation. Not a single mention of Total War anywhere in that article. Where did you hear that from? Yeah, Alien Isolation 2 is in the works. Alien Isolation 2 is in the works. And word on the street, see, okay, they really don't want to be a Total War studio anymore. If Hyenas had worked out, I really think C would have left everything related to Total War to Sofia, and the European studio would have been entire focus on Hyenas. That was probably one of the biggest disasters that ever happened to any studio. Working on strategy games for decades and then trying to make a first-person shooter, wasting over, what, $80 million, and then canceling the game. And this was why the Warhammer 3 was struggling to get better at the same time. How much of those resources went from Warhammer to Hyenas, and then just like blame it on never say never. Spaghetti code. The AI is too complicated. The AI has always been this bad. I think I guesstimated 80 millions, but probably must have been over 100 millions. I think I guesstimated 80 millions. Official is the video game project Hyenas cost its developer, Creative Assembly, and publisher Sega an estimated $100 million before it was cancelled. This loss is from the money invested in its development, not from sales. Final outcome. The entire development cost is a loss, but sources suggest Sega canceled the project to prevent even greater financial losses from a potential launch and further development. So, I don't know what was happening, guys. There was some big, you know how on Twitch you got big title everybody's playing? Like everybody and their mother, every stream sponsored, everybody's playing it. Flavor of the month games, like big. I don't remember what was at the time, but it was a big flavor of the month release game, popular. Everybody was playing, everybody was watching. Nobody gave a shit about anything else. And during that time, Hyenas was doing its closed beta test. Nobody was watching, and they sponsored streams. This might have been the why Sega killed it. It literally had like a couple of streams with 200 viewers, maybe a couple thousand viewers, and it was supposed to be like their breakout. But it was a big flavor of the month. Everybody was playing it. I'm not sure what game was at the time. It was a big title. Yeah, they were doing it on Twitch. We were making fun of it. Everybody was playing this flavor of the month game. I'm not sure what it was exactly, but it's one of those games that gets released on Twitch and nobody's doing anything else. Everybody's doing that. And Hyenas was doing a close beta test. But it's not Sega's fault, and it's not Creative Assembly's fault, and it's certainly not their third-party failing to sponsor the right streamers' fault. You know who killed Hyenas, guys? It's Legend of Total War. Legend of Total War is the root of all evil. Everything that's bad has happened during the Warhammer 3 and Creative Assembly. Creative Assembly, they did nothing wrong. They did all the best decisions during this time. Legend killed the Hyenas. Where are we at? I was actually searching because I explained the same. I was checking if the AI fix mod has conflict with the hotfix. So this guy said the same issue. And somebody is commenting on him. I would definitely not be running AI fix mod if you want to test the new hotfix behavior. Jesus. Might as well put it back on since they didn't fix it. Okay. At least they are recruiting armies now. It's a step in the right direction. What mods are you using with that crop screenshot? All the mods to make the game bad, right? Doesn't they specifically told that they don't fix it fully for vampires yet? Because they can insta-recruit from Raising Dead and devs don't know how to deal with that part. They fixed it for the vampire counts, but not for the vampire coast. They said they didn't fix for the vampire coast faction and the vampire counts, yep. I guess that they messed up in their own patch note again, because they started paragraph vampire counts and ended with coasts. If they truly found a way to fix the raising mechanic for one of them, there is not much deal to just copy that to another faction groups, because they're basically one mechanic. Another Austrian painter here. Would you look at that? It is the 5th time they are fixing the issue. This time I'm sure it will work. No, it's not the 5th time, it's the 2nd time. This is the 2nd time. They tried to fix this in patch 6.1, and now they tried to fix it again in 6.3.4. This is they're trying to. You know what this patch is, guys? This patch is basically they're trying to improve the ratings of current Warhammer 3. They have released the fix to the Lism and the Tomb King's AI, which works. But this was something extra. But this extra doesn't really work. At least not this faction for most part. But this patch has a couple of good things. This patch has a couple of good things. It's just not this. And if you're playing with the mod AI, I think the game's now even better. Just not the vanilla. Vanilla is just the same shit again. This is why I'm refusing to change my review until after the DLC is out for a few months. I will stay negative. It will stay negative until it's confirmed that the bug no longer exists. ETA will never understand company shills. Until it's confirmed. It's a funny sentence because it reads like you don't complain about the problem you face yourself. I faced it myself, and the part of the map I usually play on is mostly resolved. Other people are still facing the issue in their corner. I'm holding my review until the problem is resolved as well. But you keep reading the things that are not written. What this guy is playing Lastria? Lastria is pretty active because it's so dense. LOL, okay, so you actually don't face the problem, got it. Guys online told me there's a problem, outrageous. I'll download until the guys tell me to otherwise. Might be really an issue company should just pay attention to, don't you think? You do, mate, no problem, it's funny though. Keep shilling, which is funny considering CS already admitted they haven't quashed the bug, and I'd rather have it fixed so I can actually play anywhere on the map. But of course you have to protect the big company. This people, man, why are they bullying small indie company? Poor guys are just selling one type of bread. They haven't even branched out to sell another type of bread yet. They tried, but nobody was buying it. I wouldn't call them shills. They are just normies who need everyone to agree on everything for some reason and can enjoy the game if it wasn't stamped kosher by wide consensus. Strange breed, but there are a lot of them, and I miss when gaming wasn't cool. Gaming wasn't cool? What is this guy, 50? Pretty much 10 to 20 bangers every year. Now you're lucky to get 2 or 3 worth paying attention to. There are probably 1-to-1 linear correlation between games dropping quality and total number of players growing. Over the years, we had this mentality develop in the Warhammer series. You know, we here play the game a lot, so we experience these things more often. But there's a couple of these mentalities developed, and the worst one are by far, it's not happening to me, so there's nothing wrong with the game. So it's not happening to me, so the game is fine. That mentality. And probably the worst mentality of them all, that started happening with the late Warhammer 2, more really. I guess remember the ambush bug when they completely broken the ambush behavior and never fixed it. They left the Warhammer 2 like that. So they say we had this mentality already earlier, but it hit critical mass in the late Warhammer 2. The AI was always this bad. The AI was always this bad. So they break some shit in the AI behavior, either on the campaign or especially battles in this case. They did break it with a couple of things, with the reinforcements, with units following other units, with the heroes for especially the necromancer behavior. And the ambush bug, especially in the late Warhammer 2, when the AI was just completely unable to do ambushes, and it's still left in the game. And the mentality is the AI was always this bad. So the AI was always this bad, or it's not happening to me, so it's not a bug, not not my problem. These are the probably the worst. This is intended behavior. It's only a bug when it happens too frequently. Is this guy is feels like a shill. Whatever that means. No, it isn't. And even if it wasn't a shitty intended behavior, that should be changed anyway. Sarkal context. I'm all for shitting on CA if warranted, but we need more than a cropped screenshot with no context. Well, you're not getting any. Yeah, I installed the mod for it and it fixed it. It's absolutely diabolical that a random modder has made a workaround for a multi-billion dollar company that insists on selling individual factions to us for the price of an indie game, but they have no resources while they're trying to unfuck this mess. Multi-billion dollars. I don't think they have multi-billion dollars. Maybe Sega has. Big Changus the Almighty. From my understanding, modders often brute force unstable workarounds. Meanwhile, CA is trying to avoid this as it leads to more trouble down the road, so are looking at more permanent fixes deep in the code base. Hell, brute forcing workarounds for issues is in the past might be what lead to the current issues, which means they have to unclog a lot of shitty shit they keep running into. Guys, you know what I feel like it here? You know how they release an update and it's all good in the patch notes, but when you start playing the game, it's like nothing has changed. I feel like, especially after this patch 6.3.4 section of this patch with number 1 with the AI, idle AI, and idle FK AI. Do you guys think that in the past they've actually released a change in the patch notes that might be on purpose, but let's say it's not on purpose? Somebody fucked up the proper, Control S. They didn't save the change properly, and they just basically released what was already before, and they just said it's patched, and they released it. And if enough people read it, enough people spread it, people started believing it's fixed, and nobody paid attention to it anymore. It's not fixed. Because how many times over the years we have seen things literally not being fixed, and they've written it was fixed. So how many times of this it was on purpose, and how many times it's happened accidentally because they fucked up? And I have a feeling in this digital age, when people are literally just swiping credit cards, don't even have the feel of real money, paper money in their hands to know how much things cost anymore. Because, you know, like, it's easy to just swipe a credit card, buy something online. It's like, what's 50? It's just a number on my account. It's not like, you know, it's just money. It's like, it's easier to spend 50 euro on digital goods than 50 euro with paper money in the store, get a physical thing. So how many times they're gonna get away with this when they might even just do something and nothing really happened? Because, guys, listen to this. I don't want to sound like conspiracy here, but this has happened. This has happened. This is for real. In Warhammer 2, Vampire Coast fucked the game. It was one of the worst released DLCs of the Warhammer series, and it caused so many issues. Bugs galore, no quality assurance at all. Literally, quality assurance was being said in every sentence for a while regarding Warhammer 2 when the Vampire Coast released. It was so bad, I installed the game and when I played the World of Warcraft Classic. But what's worse, they started patching it. And listen to this. Listen to this. They started patching it, and things they have fixed in the from patch A to patch B did not appear in the patch C. So somehow, when they were working on a new update, they were patching the version A without the fixes of B, and then they released Abomination of an A patched as the version C without anything that's been done with the B. So they skipped an entire update of the game and they released it as the official thing. And this caused a mega mess for probably half a year. So we had a version of the game that's been, I mean, this was not officially confirmed, but anybody who played the game at that time and paid attention, it was showing. It was showing so bad. I was loading one time into the Awakening, and there were literally floating Bretonnian castles in the sky. And apparently it was patched. And 2 versions later, it was back. It was back. And this is when I started feeling like, what if they've patched the wrong version of the game? So we got in all these fixes, and they literally removed all those fixes from the game, and they patched the wrong version of the game with the wrong stuff. And I think from that point on, the Warhammer 2 was never the same. That was when it started to go downhill. For a bit. And until like Greenskin update and the Potion of Speed update, the Malus update, I feel like it was miserable. That was miserable. It was like, I feel like a miserable period for Warhammer 2. And it started happening with the Vampire Coast. So I am fairly certain, playing the game a lot of the time. Guys, I haven't played the game that much for a year. At the time. And I still have 7,000 hours in the game. I would have probably got another 1,500 hours easily there. So during that times, it was pretty dark. I feel like everybody was miserable. I was getting messages, Elich, I uninstalled Warhammer 2, I don't play it anymore, but I want to watch you play it. And I just didn't want to play it for almost most of that year. It was really bad times for Warhammer 2 between the Vampire Coast and the release of the Greenskin update. And I think this all happened because somebody fucked up. They patched the older version of the game, overwritten all the fixes in the middle version, and they've released this as the patch. And it was fucked for a good 6 months, if not longer. And this makes me think, because I'm fairly sure this happened, because what else would have happened? And what happened here, it took them a good 2 years to fix this. I think a year and a half at least to fix this completely. And sometimes after the green skin update, which was pretty big for Warhammer 2, it was a big update, made the green skins amazing again, or amazing for the first time. The issues were starting to be resolved. And what if, either on purpose or by an accident, they literally fix something, but somebody fucked up there, the fix hasn't been released? So like example, this is a conspiracy theory, but what if this is just bullshit? You know, somebody is definitely lying here. Either the guy who was tasked to fix this, or they're just bullshitting. So they have a better DLC release, which is happening in a couple of weeks. Because they released this patch, and on the same day they started hyping up again the DLC on the same day. It is the usual, you know, marketing before the release, and they can't have the marketing. They can't have the marketing right if the game has negative reviews. It will not work. So they're hoping the next couple of weeks this kind of get resolved, but it's not going to get resolved. The Legend has started a big wildfire, and now this with the Reddit and the idle AI, I think it's just going to make matters worse. So they're either lying or somebody's incompetent there. But I have a good feeling that I would like to think they're not doing this on purpose. That somebody just fucked up. Somebody just fucked up, or they're just putting a smoke screen to buy some time. Because if they release a patch, this is a big game. It takes time to play campaigns. Most people can't even see any changes until they play a couple of campaigns. I know it was like this for me as well until I started running the changeling test. You literally have to play several campaigns. It would take at least a whole week, if not 3, to see noticeable differences. Until we started running the changeling test, which the differences can be seen within an hour. Within an hour. And they might just be smoke screening this so they buy time for the DLC. Because they don't expect people to start testing their shit on the first day of the patch. But so it could be dishonest, or could just be somebody fucked up. And I hate to think that they're doing these things, you know, they're being dishonest about this. But a lot is at stake here. DLC is coming. They haven't done shit entire year. This year is supposed to be like a good year for Total War. Warhammer 3 with back bitches, but it's been a disaster. And especially what happened last month. Last month is caused one of the biggest dark clouds over the Warhammer 3 yet. And we're going into December and January. People literally spending money uncontrollably. Uncontrollably. You think people are gonna just go here and do this? They're gonna put the whole DLC into the cart and buy it? No, they're gonna think twice about this. And this is probably one of the only ways the Kala and the Sale will get any additional sales. While Norska might get some additional sales, the Kala will get like almost no sales outside the package. A very small minority of people will even buy this. And this will be a red flag for the CA as well. So it's pretty bad for them. So a room for some dishonesty might be necessary. So they might have been dishonest about this as well, because they can't release this shit here and pretend that we are stupid. Because people test this shit on day 1 now. And you see how defensive and how many views this thing has gotten in no time. Like 237,000. Because people are hopeful this shit is gonna get fixed. And everybody's just like trying to discredit this because this can't be real. And this is just Vlad. It was happening to Vlad, Archeon, Demon Prince, Valkia, Imrik. And Vlad was not even the most extreme example. Imrik and Archeon were AFK most of the campaign. They don't even know. From my understanding, modders often brute force on self workarounds. Meanwhile, okay, Mambo Jumbo. Crystal mentality. This is 100%. As a software developer, nothing irks me more than that argument. Of course, modders can do it in no time. They have no long-term responsibility. Jesus. CA has a long-term responsibility. You guys heard the story about Three Kingdoms? This guy, I have no idea here. And then no need to worry about maintainability or proper queue at all. Jesus, guys, like, look at this. Post-release maintainability, proper QA, bare minimum these days, bare minimum. All respect to modders, of course, but this is way of thinking really just demonstrates that these peoples have no idea how software is built and maintained. Yet they feel they know better than professional game developers. And this is the root of the problem. This is the core of the problem. They're just blindly trusting the professionals. It's like trusting the government to tell you what to eat, or the health insurance companies what's best for you. They know what's best. Trust me. They're not perfect people. They make fuck-ups too. And money is usually the main thing on big companies. They're not an indie company anymore. The passion is dead. They have no pride. They want to sell product. And you are the consumer. Minimal effort, maximal profits. If nobody is bitching post game release, scrap it and let's go work on something else. The industry works so well. The Steam works so well. And you know why Steam works so well? The Steam works so well because people will buy a game. People will buy a game. I don't know, some random game. They'll buy this game here. 17 euros. They're gonna see people playing it. And they're gonna see reviews. They're gonna spend 17 euros. And they're gonna like... they're not even gonna question this game. They're gonna like, oh, I have fun. I play a couple of hours. Oh, that's it. I'm just gonna move on. Maybe another game will be more fun. And the industry started to abuse this. Most people will just buy a game, play for several hours, 10 hours at best, and they're gonna move on. I've noticed this a lot during For Honor release. For Honor release, for example, so many people having fun with the game, especially the streamers, and people were buying this game, and they played it, and it was completely opposite. And they had to pay 50 euros, 60 euros for the game. And they were like, oh, I tried. I played for 10 hours. I guess I can't refund anymore. I just move on. And this is why this industry is so thriving. People are just buying shit like it's nothing. And they don't question, criticize, or complain about anything. They just treat it as a game. They play for a couple hours. And they convince themselves they got their money's worth. And they just move on. But what is it with the games that have high replay value? The strategy games that require constant work and effort if they want to keep us selling stuff. They can't get away with that shit. Digital games, people are just spending money left and right. They don't care. They sometimes don't even install the game. And the developers are just getting paid by people who don't even play their game. And they have taken this thing for granted. All this money from people who are not even playing games, they're taking it for granted and they want more. They see the growth is there, they want more. And the shit just gets worse every year. Most of these people not even play these games. They barely touch them. They bought it, it's done, it's digital. They didn't refund it, it's done, move on. They want your money, they don't want you to play their games. Heck, they don't want you to question their game. They don't want you to criticize their game, let alone complain about their game. They just want your money, you get your hours, and you move on. Heck, you don't even own the game. This game can be removed at any point and nothing you can do about it. They are definitely not an indie studio, but I'd be shocked if Creative Assembly was worth $1 billion. Yeah, strategy studio worth $1 billion. You guys heard a story about World of Warcraft? There was a mount in World of Warcraft that made more money than StarCraft 2. expansion, I think. A mount in a shop. One of the many thousands of mounts in that game that people are gonna use for 5 minutes and forget about. And it made more money than StarCraft 2 expansion. This does not mean nobody's playing StarCraft. It just means the market for StarCraft is not that exploitative. It's not that they cannot monetize it at such a scale, and that is the problem with strategy games. They cannot over monetize them, and they have to put extra work. Strategy games have more players than ever. It's just not as profitable as other games. And this is why they, the Creative Assembly, the greedy sons of bitches they are, they wanted to make a hyper monetizable game like Hyenas. So to get more money out of the player base other than just selling the game. Because the money is in the shop. That wasn't true. Well, I heard about that story. But I've heard about another story that is true. This might be even a story, this might be a fact. Hold on. We have to confirm this. Okay, so if that is not true for you, look at this. Candy Crush makes more money than World of Warcraft. Yes, the data indicates that Candy Crush generates significantly more revenue than World of Warcraft, especially over the past decade. For example, Candy Crush has surpassed 20 billion in lifetime revenue. World of Warcraft is getting to under $1 million on annual. So they're trying to find ways to make money, not games anymore. It's not like they can't make money with a game. They want to release a game that can be monetized, preferably over monetized, where people just have short sessions of fun and they don't think about it. So they're targeting over monetization more than anything. And you can't get away with this in strategy games. They try, when they have a big product like Warhammer, they try. And I will give you 2 examples. Example number 1 is the Warhammer series. Any Warhammer game that gets any good, literally this happens. They released one game series as 3 separate games, and look at this. This has become a 320 euro game, 380 euro game. With the next DLC, this game will cost over 400 euro. And a lot of people, including myself, has bought pretty much all of this at the near full price. So 400 euros. But myself, I don't really buy any other games, so this is pretty much cheap compared to people buying a game every month. So anytime they get a game like this, they over monetize like crazy. So if you combine everything, it's over 400 euros. And this happens with strategy games as well. They over monetize stuff. Warhammer is one of the most popular franchises in the world regarding wargaming. And there is room to exploit it like crazy, but they've been failing to do so. This is probably one of the most successful Warhammer game of all times. And for example, I'll give you another example. This is from an indie studio. This is another successful Warhammer game, but in a Warhammer 40k universe. It's a pretty good game. It just didn't get that much attention because it's not Total War, not a big studio. And let's see over monetization. 200 euros. If they can get away with it, they'll try. It is their top one priority in industry. Over monetize. And this is why Hyenas was getting made. This is why Hyenas was getting made, because one of those games that is cheap to over monetize. They just need to make a game, get some players, and they're gonna hook all the people to the battle passes, skins. Kids will be spending 60 euro every month just on the shop. So it has become a thing. Anything successful, they need to over monetize. I was looking at this. I don't know who was it. I don't quote me on this, but I feel like it might have been some big studio, somebody big like EA level big or Ubisoft big. They were making fun of Elden Ring developer studio for not over monetizing the game. They potentially lost billions of dollars. Nothing was mentioned about success of the game and how much it sold. No, they were making fun of it. They didn't over monetize the game and they lost potentially billions of dollars. And they were comparing it, I think, to FIFA game, which literally generates billions of dollars in over monetization. This is the industry right now, boys. And they bitch about it, about some kind of patch or something. These guys are loaded. The studios have shit ton of money. They're just cutting costs and increasing prices if they can. So somebody can make a better paycheck at the end of the month or year. They have the resources. Never treat these people like anything special. These people are greedy sons of bitches. They have to make money, but they're making already too much money as it is. If something's successful, don't feel sorry for them. Creative Assembly, in total words, Sega, they're successful. They are greedy, and they just want to get more of your money with less work. If it's an indie studio, some indie game, I don't know, like Battle Brothers, Gladius or that, they might get away with this shit. You know, they do get pity money from the people when they release extra stuff which over monetize the games, kind of DLC. These people actually need it. Sega, Creative Assembly, they don't need your money. But if you don't buy it, they might stop working on stuff. You know, they said this really. They said it if people are not gonna buy it, they might not gonna make it. Literally threaten the community. They're gonna kill the game pretty much. Threaten people with end of the game if we're gonna stop buying it. When there was a dark cloud over the Shadows of Change. And then they apologized, and you know what they did? They came with a Shadows of Change 2. They released a DLC for DLC. They have expanded DLC with more stuff. And the game was never the same. Left a sour taste. Dark Cloud from there is still here, and there's now another Dark Cloud. And now they're bullshitting us with this thing as well. Hey. So this thing here is complete nonsense. Just guys, who's been playing the game during the Vampire calls? Just think about 2018 Warhammer 2. Just think about that for a second. 3 campaigns in a row, completely broken. No quality assurance, they just released broken crap. Not even the Raise Dead was working. This is 100%. As a software dev, nothing irks me more than that argument. Of course, modder can do it in no time. They have no long-term responsibility. And they don't need to worry about maintainability or proper QA at all. Guys, you guys hearing this shit? Creative Assembly promised fairy tales regarding Three Kingdoms support. Not only they haven't delivered half the shit, they killed the game. And they said they're working on the Three Kingdoms 2. And that's probably been cancelled as well. They got all the sales in China, all the sales from people, and they saw the DLC was not selling like the Warhammer thing is selling, and they canned it. All respect to modders, of course, but this is the way of thinking. It really just demonstrates that these people have no idea how software is built and maintained, and they feel they know better than professional game developers. And this is why this industry is thriving. Like we have shit like this. This guy has to be biased, right? This guy has to be biased. Like, I'm talking shit about what I do, right? I'm talking about shit I do. I criticize shit I do. If I want to make a lot more money, I could have just been streaming a lot more of stuff during sponsor streams. I've been offered sponsor streams for time. I've never done a single sponsor stream. They were offering me as high as 800 euros for 2 hours of work. Never done it. The CA shit with their sponsor program is also a disaster. There have been things. We're talking openly. I'm literally attacking the stuff I do that makes me money, and people don't like to hear about stuff like this. And you're getting paid to do this shit for a living. These guys don't even care about this. They just they think they're gonna release stuff and nothing will change. People are just gonna overhype the DLC and nothing will hurt them. It's just gonna keep going like nothing happened. I mean, look at the Reddit right now. This is probably the most toxic the Reddit is ever. When they release a new DLC stuff. So DLC hype building. DLC hype building. It's like nothing, there's no issues in the game. DLC has been announced. More DLC stuff. More DLC stuff. Why are there so many ads on Reddit? More DLC stuff. Oh, look at this. More DLC stuff. Spoilers. The mod to promote DLC started. And what about that agency of upvoting stuff as well? I'm talking about Elon Musk, so I'm not talking about anybody specifically. But there's some really dark times, really dark times during Warhammer 2 and 3. They were releasing new DLC. They were getting hype. Literally, YouTube shills were hyping it, and it was blatant, really overexcitement, hyping. And the next DLC, everybody, even them, turned on the CA. Because the community was so toxic, so dark after the Shadows of Change. Even the yes men had started saying no to CA. And while that starts happening, if there's not enough people going the opposite way, nothing you can do when they start announcing the DLC. It just goes one direction. Unless they fuck up the DLC release, nothing will be really done about it. Do you remember how long Malak was working Warhammer 2 at one time? Half a year? I mean, Warhammer 2 had a lot of stuff broken for a while. This is what I don't get about the YouTube Total War shields. This overexcitement, this yes man shilling. How does this work on Total War community? Most of Total War community have seen stuff. They've been literally backstabbed by the CA. They've been disappointed. And they're literally tired of this shit. How does this work on them? Doesn't this YouTube overexcitement only works on young people, like teens? This cannot work on Total War community. Total War community, nobody's in teens. Everybody's in their 20s, 30s, 40s. Why do they use these same strategies for overhyping, overexcitement for the new content? They should never work on people in their 20s, 30s, 40s. Overexcitement and this overhyping, shilling on YouTube, sponsoring, only works on the young people, young, impressionable people that have too much excitement. You know, when you were young and you were at PC and you just couldn't go to bed, you were so excited that literally the excitement just kept you up. You just go all night. People don't have this anymore. We are broken men here. We've been betrayed. We've survived the end times, and we are still here. It doesn't work on us. And these shields are still at it. Don't they know that none of the audience is their teens anymore? So who is the target audience for these people? When the game is fun, when the game works, when there are problems to solve, when there is rewarding gameplay, outcomes, failures, learning something new, playing more. That's the game, right? Not all this shit that's this game is developed into, really. Literally just turn into like bad hot fixes, and we might get a DLC once a year, and you better be excited about it or we're going to cancel the game. I'm gonna take a piece. We're back, boys. What the hell? I've been ranting here for over 4 hours. Felt like 5 minutes. Time flies when you're having fun. Almost missed the food order. I'm just going to name this VOD Ranting. How big is this post? Are we at the bottom? Okay. Okay, we're almost done here from the looks of it. Also, a modder can do whatever they like. It's a solution that only 5% of the players like. That's fine. You don't have to subscribe to it. If the devs come up with a solution that's only 5% of the players like, they get crapped on. Probably on this very Reddit, by users complaining about how the devs don't care about them and only about those 5%. Game developers aren't infallible. Lord Roman Senate. They're definitely not an indie studio, but I'd be shocked if Character Senate was worth $1 billion. CA is Sega. Sega is worth over 3.5. LOL, so Creative Assembly has access to Sega's entire network. Are you stupid? They tried, probably, but they tried with hyenas. No, Sega's total cumulative worth is that, but that's counting the rest of their subsidiaries. CI is like a specific flavor for a soda company. Coke Zero is not worth the whole value of the Coca-Cola company. What? Droopy Raw, don't you need to start a fresh campaign for the fix to work? Somebody couldn't believe that this was already a fresh campaign on turn 40 something. It is a fresh campaign playing as Changeling. This is the second one since the patch dropped. Same AFK idle all around past turn 30. That's what I commented. Sir Tasty Muffin. Are you running any mods by any chance? I'm going to see if I can reproduce this myself. Edit. I was unable to reproduce this behavior in unmodded gameplay. Has to be the mods. He only has a mod that can temporarily remove Fog of War. Sir Toasty Muffin says again, presuming you have a confirmation of this fact that I'm not privy to, my own test was completely unable to reproduce this behavior under the same parameters in an unmodded campaign. Of course, there could be other things at play, or even a sheer random chance that would require numerous tests to completely eliminate. But it definitely appears to be anomalous behavior. Now I don't know which mod and how exactly it works, but it's not out of the question that it's somehow affecting this. Frankly, we could have some kind of bizarre, inexplicable observer effect happening for all I know. Damn, inexplicable. We are in some kind of horror game. There's inexplicable things happening right in front of your eyes. It's not happening in the Reddit game. But at the end of the day, it's worth OP posting into their bug report forums. CA Puke. It's interesting you're talking about anomalous behavior for OP's example, but not for yours. Where one test run example of being presented in both cases, except if you're assuming from the get-go your behavior is the norm, but that would be exactly what is the question in question here. Rakinos, look at Rakinos, man. Rakinos, I hope you haven't used ChatGPT for this response, man. Yeah, this is your response here. Other than the OP is playing on the highest default settings, I watch the streams, so that is already a point for your example not matching the baseline for comparison. Did you manage to replicate? Okay. Oh, wall of text. Let's see. Somebody was doing the testing. All right, I got through 50 turns to match OP. I'm OP. Now I don't know exactly what settings OP was using, and he hasn't gotten back about the mods quite yet. The others have pointed out he has quite perfectly cropped out the identifiers for that, which leads me to suspect it is modded. On that basis, I suspect mods could be causing or exacerbating this behavior in the AI for OP, as my results were much different. First and foremost, the parameters I followed: pick the changeling, did turn 1 quest, but more of that I just set hidden with some hero spread to keep the eye on Vlad while I passed through the turns of 50. Settings were all default, though difficulty was very hard. It's just the default I tend to play on. My experience honestly could not have been more different than OP. I watched Vlad be a genuine nightmare and rapidly takes a large swathe of the Empire in a dozen or so turns. What the hell? Vlad has taken over the Empire in a dozen turns? Man, I'm on his game. He did make a sizable number of armies, but to his credit, most appear to be real armies and not just zombie bad shit stacks. As of turn 30, Vlad had claimed to 3 electoral provinces and was at war with Reichland, Wisland, and Auerland. What? 3 turns, only 3 provinces? Large swathe of the Empire? What the f... Oh, since when is a large swathe of the Empire 3 provinces? That could literally be Southern Sylvania, Northern Sylvania, and the Moot. This is a story here, man. It's a fairy tale. Turn 33 provinces. Literally, Reichland in 30 turns kills Grom, Kemmler, Festus, and Vlad. And Kazrak. And they do have a harder campaign. So, guys, listen to this. Large swathe of the Empire in a dozen or so turns. That's the first red alert. Red flag. He did make a sizable number of armies, but to his credit, most appear to be real armies and not just zombie bad shit stacks. Why is there a but to this? So what kind of real armies are not zombies and bad shit stacks? How did he have vision over these armies? You can't see their armies. And then, as of turn 30, which is literally past the early game, Vlad had claim to 3 electoral provinces and was at war with Reichland. 3 electoral provinces. What does that even mean? And he's at war with Reichland, Wisland, Auerland. Auerland is still alive on turn 30? What the fuck? Watching the AI move around, honestly, I was actually amused with some of the smart action it made. Okay, this is fantasy novel, guys. This is a fantasy novel here. Retreating armies from cities they would die defending, hunting down defending armies before focusing on conquest. This guy was making this story in his head. This guy did not play. This guy did not play the game. This is a paid comment. This was literally... This guy has a good imagination. Good imagination. This story was literally spinning in his head as he was writing it. Sacking cities repeatedly until corruption was high enough to justify taking them. What the fuck? This guy is a writer. He writes stories. Watching the AI move around, honestly, I was actually amused with some of the smart actions it made. Retreating armies from cities they would die from defending. Hunting down defending armies before focusing on conquest. Sacking cities repeatedly until corruption was high enough to justify taking them. I don't know what game he is playing. You literally occupy the place and the corruption is up there in a few turns. There seemed to be a logic to Vlad's army spread, with a couple of armies running around on home patrol. One pretty primitive defending camper bed from France, and a trio including Vlad had compromised his doomsday invasion force. God damn, I'm so glad I made this post, man. This guy, Sir Toasty Muffin, this is the shit, man. There's still hope for Reddit. There is still hope for Reddit, man. There seemed to be a logic to Vlad's army spread, with a couple armies running around on home patrol, one pretty permanently defending camper bed into France, and a trio including Vlad that compromised his doomsday invasion force. Man, anybody literally that's has lived any years on this world, know this guy is just full of shit, just making fairy tales. It's literally just a delusional guy seeing things happening and making short stories about it, and then patching all those short stories into like a one big story and putting it on the Reddit. Okay. Anyway, back to the task at hand. Turn 43 at first made me think I was going to see the bug behavior occur. All of Vlad's armies converged on Castle Tempelhof. Much like in OP's image. OP, that's me. I'm overpowered. For some undiscernible reason, but then turn 44 quickly saw every vampiric army disperse in the wind. Damn, just like one turn and they were gone. Setting off on a frightening number of objectives. Multiple armies descend on our land, taking a couple provinces. Okay, who wrote this shit, guys? Are you one of you in the chat? Is this one of you in the chat doing? Trolling the poor, toxic Reddit community? Who did this shit? You guys are true evil incarnate. Evil incarnate. Reddit is a toxic wasteland. They can't handle shit like this. Okay. Multiple armies descended our land. Fucking hell, turn 44. Our land is still in the Empire. Taking a couple provinces and forcing Confederation of Westland, while the rest swarm northwest, making the heart of the Empire. Finally, we reached turn 50, with Vlad being quite active and aggressive as he pushed into enemy territory on 3 fronts. Fittingly, turn 51 immediately saw Vlad besiege Aldorf, his dream and defining climax in the lore. Even more fittingly, his grave as he fell in the battle. Though, to his credit, he did successfully sack Aldorf, and as of where I left him, was pushing hard into Reichland from all angles. And of course, for Vlad, the grave is merely a setback. Aggressive, active, responsive. I can't really complain. Aggressive, active, and responsive. Okay. This is a red flag, red flag, red flag. The moment I can't really complain about the performance of any major AI players in this particular campaign. The momentary congregation was weird. I can't tell if the AI had a reason behind it, but it seemed like the second they gathered, a switch was flipped and the AI went to full invasion mode rather than idling for even a single turn. I can't decide if this was a false self-condition detecting and preventing idleness, or if the Vlad was genuinely gathering his forces before pushing out as a coordinated force. Too long, don't read. I could not reproduce OP's bug behavior, that's me. If anything, was the most aggressive and successful I have ever seen him be. And both Reichland and Westland were mounting spirited defenses and engaging his armies actively. I did see the congregation occur for a single turn, but the AI instantly course-corrected into a massive invasion. Keep playing, go past turn 70, they don't clump before that, especially if they're losing. I did my own testing and some factions are still clumping up. It went back turn on console mode to reveal them up, and it seems to be very isolated cases. But factions will play normally and be very aggressive. But around, after 60 or so, my Vlad and Katarina clumped hard and after consolidating some lands. Karl is very passive too, after consolidating some lands, but he's moving and recruiting and defeating invaders. I did play normal for most of the turns though, and then enabled very hard to see if there was any change in their behavior. But I didn't notice much. My theory is that the AI have set off lanes to take, and once they have them, they become passive and defend them. I started taking chumps of raising Vlad Baker, and he finally clumped and moved. They seem to move when they see enemies invading deep into them, maybe some sort of or expansion for some factions. Not all of them, because I noticed some factions become mega empires in the diplomatic menu. Somebody responded here. OP's entire premise is that it's happening on turn 49 though. Turn 50 seemed like totally reasonable place to stop attempt to replicate these results. So I commented to this guy here, best thing I read on the internet all year. This is what I imagine good Warhammer's books will be all about once I start reading them. Where are we at? Another Austrian Panther. How is this happening to people? In my games, there are steamrolls happening in other areas that by the time I run into them, they're already up to like 80 plus cities by turn 100, 125. It must be some of the mods I'm using. Guys, I feel like we should do some testing with no mods. But how are we gonna get the vision? How are we gonna get the vision? The heroes who interfere. Changeling has no heroes. They don't understand how the game works. No, the agents interfere with the AI behavior. They don't really have any idea how the game works. Changeling has absolutely zero interference with the AI. We need to inspect the game on the turn 20, and we need to inspect the game 3 more times by turn 40 and 50. Cause it's fun, Top Manager. Cause it's fun. I will have big dick energy knowing that I'm right even without the mods. It'll make my month. I don't think you can test without the mods. You cannot test this without the mods. And this is why the CA wins with this nonsense. No, it's too complex here. It's too complex in any other way around. With the Beastmen, we're in the area. They know where we are. We have heroes. There is interference. Maybe if I spread cults. But that's still interference. Just use a save and check every 10 turns on progress. Yeah, I think that's the way. We have to make backups and then we have to turn on the mod to see. can we stop with the crazy conspiracy theory level of interpreting everything that is imperfect about this game is a malicious act by developers? You know what this reminds me of? It's like, you know, on the internet, if somebody disagrees with you, he's a bad person. He's like, he's some evil and some like, he's like, he should be eliminated, sent to a camp or something. Why can't we just disagree on something and without mentioning some other stuff? To change behaviors, of course, antagonists. What else? Doesn't mean if we disagree with each other that we have to fight each other. Like, what the fuck, man? Behavioral camp for indoctrination until we see the same picture. So I'm curious, guys. A lot of you guys here, regulars here, you're probably here because we have the same ideas about things. You like to listen to me or watch how I play. So you guys agree with me. You guys are biased. Is anybody here every day here who disagree with some of the stuff I do? Don't worry, I'm not an American. I have a thick skin. You can say such things here. Top manager? Fuck you, top manager. I know you're not on my side already. Godric says yes. Antagonist says I only watch for the boldness. Strakon says I disagree with you all the time, Elch. Bukes always. Saint Isaac watch for the ASMR. Somebody you have to distract somehow, right? Better watch Bold Christian Man on the internet than get hookers and drugs, right? Although hookers and drugs might be cheaper. Could do with less Durtu. Toka Game says, bro, I disagree with most of your jaded ace dementia, but I love you for it. So see guys, I'm not sure if he's serious about this because he posted a meme at the end. But I would hate to think that in our community here, which we have definitely taken out the bad weeds, that everybody would just disagree with everything. Godric says, I hate that you almost never triple split battles. It's what I this is a Godric. I talked with somebody about this years ago. It's to practice patience. So how do you keep patience and practice patience without doing it? If you're just going go shorts, how are you going to be patient person? How are you going to have control of the situations? Gotta practice patience sometimes by you know what you probably say, wasting time. How is it working for me? I like the way I play. Agneta disagrees with you all the time. Well, Agneta I can't say something like this because I met him in real life. He got me drunk. I was throwing up all morning. But yeah. We need more people like Agneta here. can you not be jaded when playing this game and dealing with this developer? I really genuinely feel like I still enjoy this for at least half the time I do it. But it seems like every time something bad happens, it literally, it's hard to resist not going hard on it. Like I played Heroes for a couple of weeks and I had a blast, but we were exhausting the possibilities of a demo. It was showing the limitations of a demo, and I started missing Total War. Gingerbird says, I think you play very defensive, sometimes limits your progress and the fun of taking risks. Well, that's just the preference, Gingerbird, that's just the preference. But it's also rooted in Iron Man. I'm not gonna be taking a risk for the sake of you guys might get more excitement and fun and entertainment. I've seen some content creators do this. I'm really against restarting, and I do like my games built around Iron Man. So it does restrict me in some way regarding this. But it will probably be more entertaining for you guys for me to take more risks. But the risks make no sense because I have played games like this, and it's gonna go back down to restarting and reloading. And I don't want to play games like this. So a little bit less exciting and much less restarting and reloading. As you guys notice, like if you've been watching other people, we do like next to no restarting and reloading. It's non-existent in this stream. It does restrict me in ways for sure playing like that, but that's the way I like it. Toga says, you got jaded a lot, but the moments you enjoy yourself, focus on the fun stuff, the home base, occasional goddamn moments, you shine. You're a great strategy game player, just a bit too nutty from all the negativity and cynicism. Well, that's a good take, Toga, that's a good take. I'll drink to that. I have to say, Warhammer 3, since Shadows of Change, has not been really working for me. Outside the sellout streams, this doesn't even pay the bills anymore. And that is the sad truth. We might need to do something in the future with a stream or something else for money. Which it's bound to happen at some point. We haven't had a new Total War, and Warhammer 3 future is not very bright. No negative, only like in Blizzard, wow. It always tries to get you drunk, so we're all like Agneta. Drunk streams are the true Elite spirit, says Bukes. If you wanted to watch Kekvi stream, I would not watch Elich. You should listen to him pronounce teeth. What's wrong with teeth? I'm running more AI tests for the new mod version as you rant. Yeah, today's a ranting day, but guys, I think this is completely justified and it was coming. Considering the dark cloud that is the reason of the game last month, the state of some of the things, and this patch, if you can call it like that, on the really big problematic issue, this deserved a really long rant. Strip. Zara says, I'm more of a lurker, but I like the DLSM approach to games on this stream. Well, this is what this stream is all about, Zalrat. I hope, you know, we have more professional criticism, but sometimes the unprofessional Balkan culture swoops in. And I get really passionate about things I like. and hard to be passionate about things on the internet without bitching and complaining and ranting. We want to be really that invested into something if we were not liking it, right? It's not like this pays something, like it's not like this pays the bills. I have a feeling this is, please help me balance budget, electricity, $1, food, $2, for him, DLC, $50, kilogram, $100,000. Please help, my family's dying. No. I'm not gonna go into details, but electricity is like over 100 times that, and cooking RAM is divided by 10,000. So LG, I guess you'll be busy on Monday with second season of 5 Hearts Under One Roof. I'm not gonna be playing that or buying that game. I only play that because somebody requested it. There's a lot of fun games I could do around, but I'm not the one speaking these games. Let it flow through you, guys. This guy writing this fairy tale has been literally recovered some of the damages by the CA. This guy has written a good fairy tale. Damn, he's writing essays here. Holy fuck! Can you link? Yes. What is karma on Reddit? 132,113 karma. What does this do? I got 3,590 karma. Three years anyway is impressive. You're OG in the community. Picasso, they like it. Picasso, your post comment got 100 total upvotes. It's to see if you're gonna go into heaven or not. You need 200k to go into heaven. That depends. Is it going to be a Croatian heaven or a Korean heaven? Because if there are going to be some Korean girls in the heaven, I'm going to get to that 200,000 karma. So basically what you're saying, every time I get these things up, I get karma. And if I write things people don't agree with me, they're gonna be downvoted. Like if I'm criticizing developer on the release page day, I just lose karma. But if I praise it, I gain karma. I've posted a smiley face on this one because someone linked me this. But before that, I haven't been on the Reddit for 2 years. We had to do this, guys. I hope you understand this. This had to be done. It was also the perfect time. I mean, can you believe this shit? This had to be done. They're trying to get away with nonsense again. I mean, if I didn't post this, somebody else would have probably posted this next week. We started testing the moment the patch got released. We saw nonsense, and we acted on it. I don't think it's malicious as much as it is incompetence. Devs said they fixed the issues. Issues aren't fixed. This is the 1000th time. If you actually read the patch notes, you would know that they're talking that you are talking out of your ass. Okay, they fixed this twice now. This is the second fix for this. That was Monumension. Hey there, Monumension. Give me that half of copium. They fixed some cases and warned that it's possible there are more. They never gave even a hint that the problem was 100% gone. Our tale of the frequency that this happens was meaningfully reduced, which is the last that the people should expect, but it's clearly a complex issue that will require multiple fixes, eliminating the causes as they're able to replicate it. I repeat, this is just Vlad. It was same happening with Archeon, Valkia, Demon Prince, and Imrik. It was even worse in those cases than here. This is just look good for the screenshot. And they don't even know. They don't even know. Exactly this. They're not normally going to lie on their release notes about the main fix in the patch. That's just an obvious thing that would be found out immediately. They likely fixed a good bunch of the possible causes by implementing their well-described, if I may so, changes. Whatever is causing this vampire death star to form here is likely caused by a different issue. And this is another one that is just blindly trusting the patch notes and the developers. Because this is happening all over the world in that game. I'm not next to Archeon, I'm not next to Demon Prince, I'm not next to Valkia, and I'm definitely not next to Imrik. And it's happening all over there. Shut up, Demon. Nice. I would be a lot more willing to accept this if it was the issue hadn't been around for over 2 years, since roughly for release. And this guy knows what's up. Well, I say accept, but really I mean touch the game again outside of MP campaigns and friends. Now, this is someone who actually knows how to read. They say they fixed one of the issues. They have stated many times that this is an ongoing process. Your lack of reading comprehension is not a goof justification for spreading insane conspiracies. I hope this is not directed to me. I love conspiracies. Devs literally said they only reduced the issue, but haven't fixed all instances. Can you read? Here comes this guy again. What does this even mean? Leeward. Is this like a long German word? They didn't say defensive stacking of cities was removed entirely as intended behavior. They just reduced the frequency this happening. When somebody posts this thing, they get automatically one upvote from themselves, right? That's why they have 111 here. If it's 2, somebody upvoted it. Did you read the patch notes? They gave in-depth explanation of what exactly they changed. This comes to that problem if anything even got changed, and if that's just the patch notes there, just to be patch notes there, because it is enough sometimes to address the problem without fixing the problem by saying they fixed the problem, enough to to please people for several weeks. Reported dude, don't scream into the void. That's unfortunately how CA hear you. They can only hear you when you scream into the void. Because once you report stuff, you're gonna get shit like this. Hey there, this thread is now closed. If you are still encountering this issue as of 6:04, please let us know. Thank you. This was a year ago. What is the problem here? AI tends to often besiege a damaged garrison or leave it without occupying, wasting turns in a campaign instead of just occupying it. Screenshot I provide, they besieged last turn with a strong army on a very weak garrison. Happens quite often in campaigns if you have vision and pay attention. Sometimes enemies do this on player as well. It seems like their priority to just occupy is gone if the garrison is damaged most times. Step 1. AI besiege settlement with damaged garrison. Step 2. AI keeps under siege instead of occupying. And here is a picture here. This is how they, treat reports. Like, this is still a problem in the game. We've seen it happening in every campaign. Losing all hope they will ever fix this, yet mods have fixed this for the part. Like, somebody downloaded this. Look at this. Haven't played since shortly after release. While this is still an issue, my very first campaign got soft locked by this bug like 100 in. Have you, this is, I recommend the mod. They've been asking about the mod. They think that I use this mod in this game. And we had a nice comment down here. Hey there, please do not use the poor excuse of modders fixed already. Modders can do whatever they want and can do quick and dirty changes that may seem to work brilliantly and seem benign to us, but the CA could lead to more issues down the road. This mod has been out for like years and has been tested intensively, unlike any of the stuff CA does. Played over 1,000 hours on it by a lot of people. Unless someone here is confirmed to have developed with CA or has a professional experience or with how the engine works, that person is talking out of their ass. All you can do is give feedback and give save files when requested. That's it. Well, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think it's your mods. I've just run Empire campaign and no issues, even super late game. So he just ran an Empire campaign a day ago and got into a super late game with the Empire. So how the hell he played over 100 turns of the Empire in just one day? New campaign or not? Mods. This person says, dude, the game is cooked. They need to make new Warpscape engine and they need to cherish their devs. But in typical fashion, nobody is replaceable. Until one too many replaceable people leave and nothing gets done right anymore. Also, allow how gaslighting began instantly. OP, crop the photo to hide the modes. This is intended behavior for Vlad's faction. Just be positive and eat the poo-poo with a smile, in other words. Was this a brand new campaign started after the patch or continuing an existing campaign originally created prior to the patch and being played after the patch? New campaign, second one even. Somebody's watching the stream. How many times they're gonna fail to fix this? It just said at this point. I'm just tired of waiting for months to just be a QA taster out of charge again. Review stays negative, won't buy tot. This game is nothing more than a dumpster fire at this point. Then move on to something else that brings you so much grief. Accomplish dig 9936, crop pick, old save, old pick, nor mods. Next karma farming crybaby, please. To actually play this game, I use two mods. I use Deep War AI, since using it is even seen the AI actually march armies as groups of 2 to 3 to attack. And then turn 50-80 comes around and the AI starts doing this. I turn off Deep War and turn on aggressive AI. Most of the AI will attack again. Seems to work for me. Damn, man, this guy. Can you imagine the amount of trying and testing you have to do to use two different mods to have competent AI? This is literally the same of Warhammer 3. You have to use this mod for 30 turns, then use this mod for the rest of the game. Trust me, it just works. Jesus, man, this is horrible. This is just unbelievable. I believe him. I believe him. That's probably the problem, because I know the Deep War AI does not fix this issue. And does that AI actually marches armies as groups of 3 to attack. It does that in vanilla too. Ever since those new AI settings were added from the betas, I've seen numerous instances in my current campaign. Tankel, who is currently running around with 4 stakes as a group of harassing the dwarves after they burned down the Oak of Ages, and several stakes of wood elves chased them away. XD, I bet at least some people complaining about the AI haven't tried toggling those settings on. Drrrt. I'm not sure who is he playing. It does it in vanilla, yes, until what happens in post happens to your vanilla game. Now it no longer does in the vanilla, but the mod continues the behavior, so I prefer it. I always figured out the AI does this for diplomatic reasons, army strength being factor for Confederation alliances. I'm gonna sound like an absolute nope here, but while I know it's an issue, I sort of like fighting that many vampires at once as some factions, like Zench. So it's a bug. I was wondering in my campaign as well why they stopped invading Stirland and Hourland. I was waiting for them in order to reappropriate it to myself, only for them to huddle on fucking Castle Tempelhof. How can AI not be away from the keyboard? Can we just have the Warhammer 2 AI back? Hey, you Elich, have you made your bug report post yet? Would love to check out the save file and also upload your bug report regarding this issue. No. New campaign, normal campaign. Tides delayed 100%. Tides have all been delayed as much as they can. Tides confirmed, not delayed 100%. They need their shekels before the end of the year. Or there's still time. 1,000,000% not happening. The trailer already released. New blog just happened giving specific dates for news live streams. I'm not going to pass opportunity of writing the news hype from the showcase. Delaying it a 4th time will just piss off more people than it's not delaying it would. It's too close to the new year break, meaning it will just get pushed to next year, which again will just piss off more people, not delaying it would. More Austrian painters. The image is cropped. The main screenshot provided is missing major UI elements along the top left, like the main menu stuff, camera stuff, etc. It is cropped screenshot. So dot missing in this one doesn't say anything. If you don't know if the cropped or the top UI stuff or the cropped the left stuff left off. Yeah, CA had a really tough year this year, guys. So don't expect anything to happen before at least like May or June. Then we might get news for the next DLC coming in 2027 probably. By then, they'll be hyping it for probably for the most of the autumn, winter, but then they're gonna break. They'll return with the high billing in spring. So sometimes around May we might see the next DLC. Works great for me. I got my friend to drop like $150 on the game because he got a new PC with an RTX 50XX. It keeps... What the hell is RT... It keeps non-stop flickering, even with the temporary fixes that drop all FPS set dramatically and make the game look like ass. The rot still tweaks out randomly, what a joke. Make sure the graphic drivers update via NVIDIA app. Possibly disable MPO, and that has caused issues from some people in the past. Has he upgraded graphics driver and even literally dropped a fix for it like a week or two ago? This game is dead. Why so negative? Why so negative? You need to be just the right amount of negative to keep it alive. Bug is caused by the AI being programmed to only expand into a certain geographic area. For example, High Elf will never expand outside of Ultron. This is the so-called zone of control, what we call it, or zone of operations. Tomb King will never expand outside of Hammery, and Kate factions will almost never expand outside of Kate. It's hard to tell how big these areas are, but they differently exist. These areas seems random at times. For example, I've seen Reichland expand to Norsk, but never the Badlands or Southern Realms. Kate can conquer territory in the Mountains of Morn, but never into Darklands. Once the AI expand, so its arbitrary limit, it just go docile and waits for the player to come attack. This has been fixed with the first changes to the passive AI back in 6.1. Fixed partially. And apparently, poor Vlad is forever. He can't expand out of Sylvania. Sylvania is literally. He's the warden of Sylvania. He can never go anywhere outside Sylvania. I just had a game where Tyrion completely overtook all of Nagorod. For example, High Elf never expanded on Ultron. I literally had a campaign earlier in this year while I was playing Ariel. I was just dicking around on the northern part of Donut when went to take Albion. Meanwhile, Tyrion unified the Donut and then went and conquered half of Nagorod, and that's not true at all. And I patched this in 6.1. My only two mods were better camera and building icons. Oh no, it's modded. It's modded. Downward. He's using mod. That doesn't count. That's not true. The regional hint system they added are just that, hints. Incentivize the AI to focus on some places, but it never locks them to those areas. The reason they don't expand nearly as much is because CM made them very passive, and the way there are bugs like this from the OP segment. This guy knows what's that. This guy knows what's that. This is exactly what is happening. This guy must be watching the stream. I don't believe there's such a competent person on Reddit. Oh no, what happened? How terrible. Oh no. What the fuck is this even? This is like some Russian translate copy pasta. They use Google to communicate with the internet. I really want to make this game to make a comeback. I really think I must have a complex code base and they haven't got the talent to solve it anymore, or they got lost of knowledge that carried the from people leaving. As someone who mostly plays on weekends, I hate that every 4 weeks or so my saves get outdated because of all the patches. I wish they could finally play campaign further than turn 90. Does playing on a previous patch fix this thing? You can do that through Steam. Have we gotten to the bottom of this? I have noticed this in my recent Azakam solo campaign. I wasn't playing vanilla, but nothing I should have affected the vampires. I expected them to be a buffer between me and the Western Empire factions for a time. It did not expand. Battle recruited and then gotten beaten back by Stirland. Fucking Stirland. I had to trade a town to Elsa because I am not prepared to deal with that and Kislev at the same time. Vlad thinks. It is said in the patch notes that they will still look into 2 out of 4 problems split with the VC. Warhammer 2 doesn't have this issue, mods or no. The breaking Rune Colic as well was once my favorite campaign. Now the second you vassalize someone, they don't even create a new army. The land is left undefended and the buildings don't even get upgraded. You start defending your entire empire alone without the money to do so. I once fought 15 stacks of Herman zombies that bugged out like this, and worst things is they run and regenerate. But good thing is the lord that fought them became beast through experience. I had to screenshot the exact same thing last night. He tried, but he had a white dot in the corner, so Windows said no, you're not posting this on Reddit. They're trying to raise rating on the Steam reviews before the DLC release with a fair tale of notes. Yes, that is absolutely what they did, and that's also what people clamored for. They just realized the potential shit show and would ideally want more time to do a proper fix, but player wanted now. So devs gave them a half-hour's fix. It was never going to be great. 2 years, shy over a decade. The AI has been doing this since the least Medieval 2. Oh my god. The AI has always been this bad. Bad crop, wear white dot. Obviously, Elich is using mods and have armies camped nearby to cost turtle. An old save game is fine copium. You're gonna stay at the bottom. I'm gonna go eat, boys, and I'm not fuck what I'm gonna be doing when I get back.